Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump gives a record-breaking State of the Union speech to Congress, but Democrats say he's offered no real solutions to the nation's pressing challenges. Meanwhile, Iran looks to purchase Chinese-made supersonic missiles as military threats from the US continue. And in the midst of regional tensions, Modi touches down on Israel to discuss defense and technology with Netanyahu. President Trump has praised the American economy and his return to the White House in a State of the Union address. Speaking for approximately 1 hour and 48 minutes, the U.S. president repeated his mission statement to bring back the golden age of America. Take a listen.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. You've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
Let's go live to Washington to speak to Republican strategist Adolfo Franco. Adolfo, as always, good to have you on the show. Let's start off with your take on President Trump's blockbuster moment as he delivered his State of the Union address amid thinning approval ratings.
Well, it reminds me very much of Ronald Reagan's first term, where his ratings were very low at the beginning of his first year, his first term, and he stuck to his plans, which are very similar, based on deregulation, cutting tax rates, and fueling the economy through incentives, particularly on the energy and other sectors. So that reminds me of this. Just as in Ronald Reagan's presidency, it takes a period of time for these policies to be felt by the American people fully. And that reminded me very much of that. We will see when the American people start seeing their taxes being reduced this year significantly. And the last 2 months have indicated inflation is now running at 1.7%, has cooled so much from the Biden years that I think the president's message was, let's stay the course and we will yield the dividends that are necessary for the American people to continue to prosper. That was his message. It certainly wasn't instant pudding because there is no quick fix after 4 years of failed economic policies. That was his message.
Adolfo, it's really interesting because we're going to get into the economy next, but I must make the point when you talk about inflation. We did get the latest US economic data out on Friday, and it did show inflation in the US did tick higher in the last quarter that we did see. But let's get a little bit into the economy because the president said this was a golden age of America and devoted much of the first hour to the economic themes. A recent poll by Reuters and Ipsos shows only 36% approval of the president's handling of the economy. Why do you think public confidence remains low despite claims of economic progress from President Donald Trump?
Well, first, I think it remains low, and that's accurate, because people want instant relief. And that's just not possible when you're ill or taking medications or antibiotics. You just do not have instant relief. We can't turn this ship around that quickly. So that poll is accurate. There's another poll that shows that if you ask generically the American people who they trust more to manage the economy, Republicans generically or Democrats, Republicans are still up +2. So there's still this reluctance in the American people to return to previous policies. Now, you mentioned the statistics of the last quarter. I mentioned the inflation rate for the last 2 months, which is now running at 1.7%. Consumer confidence this past week that was just released ticked up. Consumers are more confident. And there's an important statistic that's often missed, which will catch up. Wages are growing faster than the rate of inflation. And that will be felt in the economy in short order. I haven't even touched on when Americans see they won't be paying taxes on tips, as he illustrated last night, or overtime, or seniors have a $6,000 deduction. These are real tangible benefits that will be felt in just 2 months by the American people. So his message was clear. It is always, of course, we never know what the future will bring, a risk in this regard that it will work. But his message was, we're not changing the course because these are the right policies that will result in our necessary outcome, which is a stronger economy based on lower inflation and higher wages.
And I'm not going to go tit for tat, Adolfo, when it comes to the economy, but growth slowed more than expected in the last quarter too. Inflation ticked higher, and obviously those jobless numbers didn't come in as strong as it was expected. But Donald Trump sticking to the script, as you say. But what surprised me, and I don't know if this surprised you, President Trump spent little time on foreign policy. On the situation in Iran, he spoke about Iran soon being able to strike the American mainland. Was that news to you? And was he actually trying to sell the possible invasion of Iran to the American people and his supporters?
Well, he did spend precious little time on foreign policy. What he did, he spent largely on his success in Venezuela, which is, of course, a little bit looking back and underlining his success. I think the very little time on Iran was intentional because tensions are running so high. There's speculation, as you well know on this program, that a military strike is imminent. I think the viewer saw Secretary Rubio's somber face, and Secretary Rubio briefed key senators of both parties in the United States yesterday. Their assessment of both parties was the situation looks bleak. So he was not going to reveal anything on national television in terms of the United States plans for Iran, other than reiterating what he has said repeatedly. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and now he's troubled, which is not a revelation, by the way, of the capability of Iran to soon have the ballistic missile capacity to reach the United States. It can reach Europe now. So that is, again, the message he's been sounding the alarm, I should say, for some time. But I don't think this was the time or the format to even signal or have tea leaves as to what might be the president's next steps with respect to Iran. I also think he omitted China from the discussion purposely for two reasons. China depends 80% of Iran's oil is shipped to China. I don't think he wants to aggravate, as you're going to report here, China in any way to bolster support for Iran. So I think all of that was quite intentional.
And Trump, Adolfo, wasn't the only show in town last night. The State of the Swamp alternative event was held with Democrats and celebrities who oppose the US president. I just want us to listen to a little clip from one of the speakers, who was the actor Robert De Niro. Take a listen.
The bottom line is that I feel betrayed by my country. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to return to the values that gave us our strength and humanity. If you want our leaders to be accountable, if you're devoted to the Constitution and the rule of law, if you want the United States of America to be worthy of your love, be ready to take this to the streets together, and we will take our country back.
So, Adolfo, I'm sure you heard that clip there, but I'm not sure what you made of what Robert De Niro had to say. And also, do celebrities have any weight when it comes to politics?
I don't think they have much weight, since almost all these celebrities lined up behind Kamala Harris last year, including, I understand, to be one of the more popular figures in America, Taylor Swift, and it had absolutely no effect. President Trump won the popular vote and an electoral margin that was quite significant. So I don't think they have any effect. But the message and the alternative I find contradictory. These are the same people who call for normalcy, norms, respect for institution, and they boycott the State of the Union. And that's first. Secondly, that was the message that America's betrayed. He was referring to the American people. He didn't mention Donald Trump. He feels betrayed by his country. Well, that's a strong anti-American message, very different than the hockey team's message that was delivered last night at the State of the Union or at the White House, or when these brave patriots said how much they love our country. And lastly, calling for the streets and violence. These are the people that supposedly are for the rule of law and for our system. If they weren't, Donald Trump was elected by the American people. So if Mr. De Niro has a problem, he has it with his fellow compatriots. He shouldn't have it with President Trump. This isn't about America. It's about a system that elected an individual, and name is Donald Trump, freely and decisively. And they can't accept that, so they want to overthrow the regime. The way we normally do that is through elections in our country. I guess the Democrats have shifted their tactics.
Adolfo Franco, as always, great to have your analysis. Thank you so much for your time with me.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Pleasure.
See you soon.
Let's get into this further with the deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray. Freddie, great to have you on. But before we get started, I want a little trivia question. Do you know how many standing ovations Trump got in that marathon address last night?
I have seen various estimates at this. It was ridiculous, I thought. First of all, I'd just like to say the Republican congressional body is now in much better shape physically than it was last night, because they were effectively squatting up and down for the better part of 2 hours. And let's go with 110.
Well, I think, Freddie, that's accurate because it's over 100 standing ovations. You got it absolutely right. And you're right. I did think that it was up and down all night, which was pretty fascinating. The Republicans definitely seemed buoyed by what Trump had to say. But if we get to the serious stuff, did the US president do enough to win back support ahead of November's midterm elections? Because we've talked about his sinking approval ratings, concerns over the economy.
Well, it's important to remember, I mean, it is an important set piece in American public life, but it is just a speech. So the extent to which it can shift the dial towards the midterms is debatable. The initial polling is positive. It's not actually that positive. I think a lot of Republicans are getting carried away with how positive the snap polls are about the response of the audience to the speech. I think it's 66% positive was a CNN one. I think Joe Biden did slightly better than that. And who remembers his State of the Union addresses? I don't, and I wrote about them. So I think he didn't do quite enough to make it a kind of truly historic State of the Union. Where he really excels, and what the White House is talking about a lot today, is in showing how awful his opposition are. And he does this by saying things that most Americans agree with, getting one of those standing ovations, and then watching as the Democrats sit on their buttocks and boo or hiss. Mm. So, you know, the one that's getting most attention, the two that are getting most attention, one where he said, do you think America should put American citizens, if you think America should put American citizens ahead of illegal immigrants, stand up, and the Democrats refuse to stand up. That obviously puts them at odds with the majority of the American public. And then the other was the standing ovation for Irina Zarustra's mother, the Ukrainian woman who was killed brutally in America last year. And the Republicans stood up, and the Democrats just didn't stand up, which makes them look sick and demented, really. So that's where he scores points, is because the State of the Union, the key is in the word union. It's supposed to be about unity. It's supposed to be about the branches of government coming together and working in the national interest. The Democrats showed themselves not to be interested in the national interest last night.
And it's really interesting because lots of analysis today, Freddie, also pointed out that State of the Swamp alternative event that took place. I was speaking to Adolfo Franco about it, and a lot of people were saying, where is the resistance and opposition to President Donald Trump? Because the Democrats are holding an alternative event dressed as frogs, and they're not really putting anything serious forward. Do you think that's got legs, that sort of analysis, that there's no kind of galvanizing Democratic force at the moment?
Well, there isn't, and there isn't a clear leader. I mean, there doesn't have to be a leader until the next presidential election cycle. But there are no strong Democratic candidates. You look at the favorites to be the next Democratic presidential nominee. There's Kamala Harris, is right up there. Gavin Newsom, who's a very divisive governor of California. And there's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's very popular among some people, but certainly doesn't command significant support across the country. And we saw her recently in Munich at the security conference in Munich, giving a quite embarrassing performance where she tried to talk about international affairs and sounded really out of her depth. So the Democrats have a real problem of a lack of serious talent on their front benches, if you like. And that is their problem. They have been defeated by Trump because the one thing that unites them is a hatred of Trump. But apart from that, it's unclear to see what brings the party together, what their real message is.
And you know what's so interesting is after that AOC speech that we did see, Freddie, a lot of people said it was just a word salad. So we're getting into this argument, of course, who will lead the Democrats. But I just want to shift gear a little bit because whilst we have you here, Freddie, there's been so much going on in the UK in terms of Epstein's links to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and, of course, Peter Mandelson. Now Westminster has got involved. I mean, what's happening?
Well, the police are getting involved. So obviously the man formerly known as Prince Andrew had the police visit him last week. And this week was the turn of Peter Mandelson, the former ambassador to Washington, to be visited by the police. And there's a bit of a sort of mystery as to what happened there because it was briefed to the papers that Mandelson was denying that he was interested in escaping, that he was a flight risk, if you like. And that's apparently why the police went to his house, as they wanted to take his passport from him, so he couldn't flee to the British Virgin Islands. Mandelson disputes that, but what exactly happened there is quite unclear. I think what is increasingly clear is this is a big problem for Keir Starmer's Labour government. People are calling it Keir Starmer's Watergate here in Westminster because it just could be a scandal that in some ways feels minor. I mean, it is a significant ambassadorial appointment. They got it wrong. It shouldn't really be enough to bring down the whole government. But they're acting, Starmer and his closest allies are acting in such a shady way about it. They are refusing to divulge exactly who knew what when about Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And the danger for Labour is this story just drags on and on and on and just sucks the life out of the government. And every time they try and get momentum in one direction, this will come back onto the front pages because, as we've seen over the last few weeks, the Epstein story with its strange cocktail of sex, crime, money, international elites, it's an irresistible story for the media, so it keeps coming back.
Freddie Gray, as always, great to have you on. Thank you.
Great pleasure.
Reports claim Iran and China are close to a deal on supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles as the US continues to threaten an attack against Tehran. The Chinese-made CM-302 missiles have a range of around 290 kilometers and can fly low and fast. If delivered, they would have the capability to strike the US naval fleet currently deployed to the Middle East. I'm now joined by Andrea Stricker, Deputy Director of the Non-Proliferation Programme at the Foundation for Defence of Democracies. Andrea, it's great to have you on the show with me today. So reports suggest that Iran and China may be close to a deal involving supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles. How serious is the threat to US naval forces currently deployed in the Middle East?
it's great to be with you. I think it's a very serious threat, although the reporting does not indicate that the deal is finalized yet or when the missiles would be transferred. But it would give the Iranians the capability to hit vessels that are within around 200 miles. And I think it really does represent a sea change a little bit for Chinese policy in outfitting Iran's defensive and offensive capabilities so overtly. We haven't really seen them provide full missiles to the Tehran regime since around the 1990s.
And China, Iran and Russia have conducted annual joint naval exercises, highlighting growing military cooperation among these three nations. What level does the missile deal suggest China's involvement?
Well, in the past, we had really seen China provide missile material and equipment, so essentially giving Iran the ability to make the missiles themselves. This would be a really dramatic change. I think it would help the Tehran regime defend itself a bit more. Of course, I think the U.S. Navy has the capability to hit down these missiles, and they could essentially just stay a little bit further away while they're undertaking any kind of a military operation. But it does present an additional obstacle and something that the naval commanders will have to consider.
And what measures can be taken to prevent the transfer of advanced missile technology from China to Iran, if any measures?
It's an important question, and it's very difficult. In the past, sometimes China will send missile-related materials and equipment via tankers or other commercial vessels. So those are something that the United States could consider intercepting. If it comes through military cargo, through a military ship owned by China, or other Chinese aircraft or something of that nature, that would make it a lot more difficult. And then essentially you'd be looking at having to deal with the problem after Iran has them, and you could try to take them out before they're launched or try to shoot them down during a battle.
And President Trump delivered his State of the Union address amid signs he is inching closer to a military conflict with Tehran. Did we get any more clarity on Iran's nuclear and missile threats, or on what Donald Trump's next step possibly could be?
We didn't get a great deal more clarity, but I think we heard more of the same, where the president was iterating that Iran has not abandoned its nuclear weapons ambitions. He has said in recent weeks that they have seen them start to think about rebuilding, possibly an enrichment facility. He's had advisors leaking to the media saying something is going on deep below ground. So I think he's been very clear that he wants to see a real cessation of enrichment and of these nuclear weapons ambitions. And he reiterated that again. On the missile front, I think for one of the first times, we've seen him detail the missile threat from Iran to the U.S. homeland. So in terms of intercontinental ballistic missiles that they've been working on under the guise of a space launch program. And so it's really important, I think, that he articulated that to the American people, that it could be a matter of holding U.S. cities hostage in the future if we let that program grow.
And Andrea, just before I came on air, I actually saw a newsline come out and it says the US unveils new Iran sanctions and maximum pressure effort. And of course, tomorrow, Thursday, we know that there's going to be more talks between US and Iranian delegations as they try to reach a deal on diplomacy. And actually, Iran's president, he sounds pretty upbeat and said, you know, there seems to be good progress happening. Do you think that there is progress happening and we could see a deal?
I'm pretty pessimistic based on what I understand is coming out of the talks. I don't think the Iran regime is willing to submit to the full verified dismantlement of its nuclear program. That's something that the administration has asked for. They're not willing to rule out uranium enrichment for the future. They keep insisting on having some kind of a small capability that could easily be ratcheted back up to producing near weapons grade uranium and simply wait out the Trump administration. So I'm not seeing the kinds of concessions, let alone on the missile, terror, and domestic repression fronts that the U.S. has asked for. And so despite the optimism, I think the Tehran regime is likely on a suicide mission here.
So, in your opinion, if you think they're on a suicide mission, is a US strike inevitable?
I think we're heading more toward that way. I'd say the odds are more than 60% at this point, given the amount of force that the US has amassed around Iran. And absent some kind of last-minute capitulation by the regime, which I don't think is really in their nature. These are hardened men, hardened ideologues who don't necessarily make the same pragmatic decisions that some other leaders might make. I think it's more likely that the U.S. will have to strike in the coming days, if not a week or so.
Andrea Stricker, it's always great to have you on the show and your analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Bomb threats against Australian President Anthony Albanese that called an evacuation from his Canberra home have been linked to a Chinese dance group. The threat was sent to the group's organisers, claiming that explosives around Albanese's residence would detonate if the group performed in Australia. Nothing suspicious was found. Now, Zimbabwe has pulled out of negotiations with the US on a new health deal. It would have provided $367 million in funding over 5 years. The deal was intended to replace US aid agency programs cancelled by President Donald Trump. Japan plans to deploy missiles on the remote island near Taiwan by 2031. Tensions between Japan and China have run high since Tokyo suggested it would activate self-defense forces in the event of an attack on Taiwan. And Prince Harry and Meghan Markle are visiting Jordan. The invite of the WHO chief, Dr. Tedros, marking their first international trip in 18 months. The Sussexes will spend 2 days in the region, supporting vulnerable communities affected by both conflict and displacement. Now, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Israel today as he looks to deepen relations between the two nations. Modi and Netanyahu go back a long way and describe each other as friends. The two leaders are expected to discuss AI and defense as tensions between the United States and Iran rise. We can now cross live to New Delhi to speak to Professor Dr. Shanti D'Souza, founder-president of Mantaria Institute for Strategic Studies. Dr. Shanti, great to have you on the show with me. With rising US-Iran tensions, how is India balancing closer ties with Israel without antagonizing Iran as Prime Minister Modi arrives in Israel?
Well, I think it's a time of geopolitical uncertainty and churning which is occurring. And as you mentioned, the tensions between US and Iran escalating and the fear of the regional conflict widening and spilling over. India has made this move with Prime Minister Modi's visit to Israel as a strategic step in a way of stabilizing situation in the Middle East, given the fact that there is a lot of geopolitical headwinds that India is facing, particularly with the complex neighborhood in South Asia and the US pressure, particularly in the region and what's happening in Iran and in the Middle East. I think this is a strategic move of balancing India's ties with Israel and also with the Middle East.
Modi and Netanyahu are expected to discuss defense, AI and trade. What defense or technology gains can India realistically expect from this visit to Israel?
I think it's significant given the fact that last year in May, during the conflict and the war with Pakistan, Israel weapons played a very instrumental and key role. And thereon, it's always been seen that Israel has been a reliable partner, and thereby defense, AI, cyber technology, cybersecurity, quantum have become the keystone of the strategic partnership between India and Israel. And if you know of the reports or the data which is being projected at the moment, India is emerging as the largest buyer from Israel. And also it's almost 34% of the sales which is occurring, which is significant. And more importantly, India is also moving towards self-reliance and indigenization, which is Atmanirbharta. And thereby, the fact that Israel is looking at India in terms of joint production and co-production of weapons is an important step. And India is definitely looking towards Iron Beam and Iron Dome. And given the fact that these weapons came in very useful during Operation Sindoor between India and Pakistan in May 2025, I think the defense has a key and important segment of the relationship, and the counterterrorism aspect gains greater more credibility given the fact that Pakistan is looking of working with China, and thereby to counterbalance, India is looking towards working with Israel on weapons co-production and joint production.
And we've seen Prime Minister Modi in the Knesset today. How symbolic is this moment? He actually told MPs in Jerusalem that India stands with Israel firmly with full conviction.
I think it's significant given that India has come a long way from the time of 1948, when India actually didn't recognize Israel, to setting up relationship in 1992, and thereby the strengthening of the relationship from 2014, when Prime Minister Modi became the Prime Minister of India. So standing in Knesset and issuing such a statement actually depicts India's own story and pain India has gone through with terrorism. And thereby, I think on terror and counterterrorism, India stands with Israel. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't understand the difficulties the rest of the Middle East, particularly Gaza, faces. So I think it has to be taken with a pinch of salt, because beyond the optics and symbolism is also a role India is trying to play in the Middle East. And it is firmly stood by the UN resolve of having a mediated solution in Gaza.
Modi's trip to Israel has actually drawn criticism at home in India. Why are people expressing their opposition to his visit to Israel?
Well, I think the opposition stems from the fact that India had maintained a very good and close relationship with Palestine, and thereby now it's seen as being tilted towards Israel. So the opposition has a right to voice their opinion. But what India is doing now is in maintaining its strategic autonomy and a very delicate balancing act. So if you remember, there were just a few days back, there was an Arab ministerial meet in Delhi. And also India joined 100+ nations in condemning Israel's West Bank plans. So there is this whole game which is being played in terms of understanding the strategic moves which India is making at the moment. And the oppositions, while voicing the concern, are not looking at the larger picture, which Indian foreign policy at the moment needs to deal with, given the geopolitical headwinds India is facing.
And what messages or signals is India likely to convey to both Israel and Iran during Modi's visit? And how might this affect India's role as a regional stabilizer?
Well, I think India is playing a very delicate balancing act by the fact that it's not taking positions. It is voting in certain directions, as I mentioned. The fact that it stood with 100+ countries in condemning Israel's position on the West Bank, having the Arab ministerial meet, continuing relations with Iran, where it has significant investments, particularly at the Chabahar port. So I think these are areas where there is a lot of fluidity and gray areas where India is working on. And definitely with Iran, it has very good and close ties. And thereby it will look at areas and ways of maintaining that relationship, despite however close it seems to be moving towards Israel. So there is a geopolitical chessboard at the moment where India is trying best to play an important role, because it can play a role given the fact that it has connections and networks inside the region, and thereby it needs to amplify on those and build on those voices inside the regions where you could, as an Indian Prime Minister at this point of time is looking at, become a key instrument in bringing peace to the region.
Professor Dr. Shanti De Souza, great to have you on the show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Aston Martin will cut its workforce by up to 20% as it looks to recover from the impact of US tariffs and weak demand in China. The British luxury car maker says it will save around £40 million a year from these cuts. Paramount Skydance has offered Warner Brothers Discovery its best and final offer at $31 a share as it adds continued pressure on the media giant. Warner Brothers rejected the initial $30 deal. Netflix, which has been the preferred bidder, recently boosted its offer to $27.75 per share. Turning to all the sports news now, and FIFA boss Gianni Infantino says he felt very reassured about Mexico's fixtures in this summer's World Cup, despite the ongoing violence following the killing of a drug cartel leader. Mexico will co-host the tournament alongside the US and Canada from the 11th of June to the 19th of July. And one of my favourite stories of the day, Snoop Dogg delighted fans last night as he appeared at a Swansea City Championship clash against Preston. The hip-hop star brought a stake in the Welsh side last year and arrived at the stadium head-to-toe in the club's kit. He posed with fans before kick-off and even received a standing ovation before the match ended in a 1-1 draw. There we are, Snoop Dogg and football. What more could you want? South Korea's birth rate has risen for a second year, offering cautious hope for a country facing one of the world's lowest fertility levels. New government figures show new births were up again in 2025, helped in part by a post-pandemic surge in marriages. Chris Gilbert reports.
A little miracle for the parents and for the country. New figures show South Korea recorded about 254,000 births in 2025, up nearly 7% from the year before. After years of decline, births have now increased for 2 consecutive years. The total fertility rate, the average number of children a household is expected to have, rose to 0.8 in 2025 from 0.75 the year before.
The total fertility rate and crude birth rate declined for 8 consecutive years from 2016 to 2023. However, they have increased for 2 consecutive years starting in 2024.
Despite the uptick, the country remains far below the level needed to maintain its population. Demographers say a fertility rate of about 2.1 children per household is required to keep numbers stable without immigration. Officials point to a surge in marriages as a key driver of the rebound, including weddings postponed during the COVID-19 pandemic.
There's an increase in marriages. Many weddings postponed due to COVID-19 have now taken place, and marriages have been rising cumulatively.
Marriages typically lead to births 1 to 2 years later, making them an important indicator of future population trends. Government data shows marriages rose more than 8% in 2025 after a sharp increase the year before. The rise in births was strongest in the capital, Seoul, though its fertility rate remains among the lowest in the country. While the figures offer cautious optimism for a nation grappling with a rapidly aging population and shrinking workforce, experts say it's too early to know whether this marks a temporary rebound or a lasting turnaround. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
A reminder of our top stories. Trump gives a record-breaking State of the Union speech to Congress, but Democrats say he's offered no real solution to the nation's pressing challenges. Meanwhile, Iran looks to purchase Chinese-made supersonic missiles as military threats from the US continue. And in the midst of regional tensions, Modi touches down in Israel to discuss defense and technology with Netanyahu. That's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, and we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. American headlines today were shaped by one story as President Donald Trump's State of the Union speech set the tone, with sharply divided coverage over his economic claims, political strategy and credibility. In Britain, the focus turned inward as the Epstein fallout triggered arrests, parliamentary anger and demands for transparency. And internationally, attention shifted to Iran, where diplomacy is fraying amid a rapid U.S. military buildup, raising fears that confrontation may be edging closer. So the dominant American headline today was President Donald Trump's State of the Union address. U.S. media framed it as a high-stakes reset attempt after sliding approval ratings and the Supreme Court's blow to his tariff policy. Coverage stressed the contrast between Trump's upbeat claims of economic winning and widespread fact-checking that challenged his assertions on many things. Assertions on inflation, trade, immigration and foreign policy. Outlets highlighted the speech's confrontational tone, Democratic protests, and the broader political risk for Republicans heading into the midterms. Politico reviews what it describes a disciplined State of the Union performance that reassured anxious Republicans ahead of the midterms. It highlights how President Trump largely stuck to the teleprompter, leaned heavily on emotional and often graphic personal stories to reinforce law and order and also immigration themes, and also he avoided detailed policy questions. Now, the report also notes that allies welcomed the controlled tone and also effective messaging, but warned that the speech looked backward, lacked a concrete 2026 agenda, and may do little to shift weak approval ratings. Politico also spotlighted the two men who wrote the president's speech. The report explains that President Trump's State of the Union was crafted primarily by two longtime aides, Ross Worthington and Vince Haley, whose influence apparently has shaped his messaging for more than a decade. Worthington, the chief speechwriter, he is the one who authored the address, while Haley guided its policy, substance, and also new proposals. The piece shows how their partnership blends disciplined scripting with Trump's improvisational style, reflecting continuity from his campaigns and first presidency to his second-term agenda. The New York Times fact-checked President Trump's State of the Union address, puncturing several of his headline claims, labeling key lines either false, exaggerated, or unsupported. It challenges his insistence that foreign countries pay tariffs, noting importers do, and also rejects his voter fraud rhetoric as baseless and calls his promise to eliminate fraud could balance the budget overnight implausible. The Times also flags inflated assertions on DC crime, deportation record levels, and the idea that last year's Iran strikes obliterated Tehran's nuclear program, casting the speech as more sales pitch than substantiated account. The New York Post, on the other hand, portrays President Trump's 2026 State of the Union as a triumphalist performance aimed at selling economic confidence ahead of the midterms. It highlights how Trump cast himself as cheerleader-in-chief, insisting the U.S. is winning again and using the Olympic men's hockey team as a visual symbol of national resurgence. Also, the piece highlights his claims of falling inflation, booming markets, and a historic economic turnaround, alongside attacks on Democrats, of course, for the affordability crisis and criticism of the Supreme Court's tariff ruling. The piece emphasizes Trump's mix of policy pledges, populist rhetoric, and combative theatrics, presenting the address as both a campaign speech and a rebuttal to sliding approval ratings. The Washington Post analyzes how Americans judge President Donald Trump's second term based on a Washington Post ABC News Ipsos poll of more than 2,300 adults. The piece finds that immigration overwhelmingly dominates perceptions on both sides, apparently. Supporters praise border closures, and deportations as his top achievement, while opponents cite the same policies as his worst failure, often describing them as abusive or unconstitutional. Also, the economy ranks second, sharply polarized over tariffs, of course, and critics also point to corruption, damaged alliances, and also the Epstein files. Now, overall, the survey highlights deep polarization, with immigration functioning as both Trump's strongest rallying point and his greatest liability. British media led with the Epstein-linked arrests, treating them as a political reckoning, despite both men having been released, and also focusing on accountability, transparency, and institutional failure. International coverage was far less absorbed by the UK scandal, prioritizing instead escalating tensions over Iran, US military moves, and continued anxiety over Ukraine. The Times details Peter Mandelson's claim that his arrest was triggered by a complete fiction, that he intended to flee the UK. The report highlights Mandelson claims police abandoned an agreed voluntary interview after being told he planned to move to the British Virgin Islands, an allegation he strongly denies. The piece outlines the police rationale, the disputed intelligence behind the arrest, and also Mandelson's insistence on cooperation. It situates the episode within the wider Epstein investigation, highlighting mounting legal, political, and reputational stakes for the former Labour power broker. The Times also reported on a rare Commons revolt over royal accountability, as MPs across parties backed a motion demanding the release of files on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's role as trade envoy and also his links to Jeffrey Epstein. The report recounts how speakers denounced Andrew as arrogant and entitled and criticized parliamentary conventions that shielded him from scrutiny. Also, the piece notes that while ministers supported disclosure in principle, they warned that police investigations could delay publication, fueling concerns that secrecy may deepen public mistrust.
The Telegraph urged Keir Starmer to publish all UK-held Epstein-related documents, rejecting claims that disclosure could endanger police investigations, especially into Peter Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. The editorial questions whether withholding files mainly protects the government from political embarrassment, noting Starmer admitted knowing Mandelson remained in contact with Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction. The paper argues full transparency is essential to restore public trust and accountability. Marina Hyde wrote in The Guardian arguing that while British authorities have at least arrested Peter Mandelson and Andrew Mountbatten Windsor over, of course, the Epstein-related allegations, the United States has delivered no comparable accountability. The author uses satire and anger to contrast British prep walk optics, or so she calls them, with American inaction, also questioning how a vast criminal network could yield only 2 convictions. She suggests power, wealth, and institutional self-protection have insulated U.S. figures, leaving victims without justice and reinforcing the sense that Epstein's associates remain untouchable. International media focused on Iran as the central flashpoint of rising global tension, spotlighting the scale of U.S. military buildup and the narrowing space for diplomacy. Coverage stressed that stalled nuclear talks are unfolding alongside preparations that look increasingly war-ready, raising fears of miscalculation. But overall, outlets framed the moment as a dangerous standoff where negotiations continue, but escalation now feels closer and more plausible. The Washington Post examines the scale and implications of rapid U.S. military buildup near Iran as diplomacy falters, using flight tracking data, satellite imagery, and social media videos. The piece shows more than 150 U.S. aircraft redeployed across Europe and also in the Middle East, alongside 2 aircraft carriers. It argues the posture signals readiness for anything from limited strikes to a sustained air campaign, while analysts warn it narrows the gap between deterrence and escalation. The Telegraph explains how Iran's potential purchase of China's CM-302 missiles could sharply alter the military balance in the region. The piece, as you can see, includes many diagrams. One diagram illustrates the missile's flight profile, showing how it skims just above sea level before zigzagging in its final seconds to evade ship defenses. Also, another visual maps U.S. carrier positions, if we can see it in a moment, near the sea or in the Arabian Sea and also Eastern Mediterranean, highlighting their exposure range. As you can see, a third also diagram breaks down layered U.S. defenses, contrasting high-altitude systems with lower-level interceptors that may struggle against fast maneuvering cruise missiles. And we'll end with Israel Hayom, which outlines a sharp escalation in U.S.-Iran tensions as Washington deploys at least 12 F-22 stealth fighters to southern Israel while diplomacy continues. The report details President Donald Trump's deadline-driven strategy, pairing threats of military action with last-ditch negotiations. The piece explains why the F-22's stealth, internal weapons, bays, and advanced radar make the deployment strategically significant and situates it within a broader U.S. force buildup that officials warn could tip into a wider regional conflict. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with the chief Taliban spokesman, Zabihullah Mujahid, on Arabiya English. I'm your host, Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan have escalated sharply in recent days after Pakistan carried out airstrikes along the Afghan border, claiming to have killed at least 70 fighters. Afghanistan's Taliban government denies harboring militants, and reports suggest civilians may have been caught in the crossfire. The strikes have sparked fears of further instability in the region, raising questions about border security, sovereignty, and the safety of communities along the frontier. We're now speaking to the chief Taliban spokesman to get their perspective on the latest developments. Mr. Mujahid, welcome to the program. The first part of our discussion concerns Pakistan's recent strikes and your account of events. My first question is this. Pakistan says it killed dozens of militants in its recent airstrikes inside Afghanistan, but Kabul says civilians were targeted. From your own perspective as the Afghan government, what is the reality of what happened?
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, first, I extend my greetings to you and your viewers. The reality is that 3 nights ago, Pakistan's Air Force violated Afghan territory. In Paktika province, as well as in Nangarhar, civilian areas were targeted. In Nangarhar, one family consisting of 22 members was struck. 17 of them were murdered and 5 were injured. In Paktika, a school was attacked. 1 child was injured there. It was a school for children. 22 children were studying. Other children who were residing there survived. 2 or 3 rooms and the mosque of the school were destroyed. In 2 or 3 other locations where bombs were dropped, the areas were empty. No one was present and no one was harmed. The claims that militants were present in these locations are completely false. There were no armed individuals there. Only civilians were injured and killed, and civilian areas were targeted. Secondly, there are no armed individuals affiliated with Pakistan operating inside Afghanistan. Pakistan's claims are incorrect, and their attack was based on false information. They targeted civilians.
Pakistan says these strikes were an act of self-defense against terrorism that, according to Islamabad, is organized from Afghan soil. So what is the Islamic Emirates' response to that claim?
We have repeatedly emphasized in discussion with them and also in meetings where third countries were present. The Afghan soil will not be allowed to be used against any country. This is not the strategy of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, nor is it the principle of the Afghan people to allow other countries to be targeted from our territory. If they have evidence, they should share it with us. We ourselves will take action and we will take measures. Unfortunately, whenever attacks occur inside Pakistan, they immediately attribute them to Afghanistan without evidence and accuse us. We reject this. Afghan soil is not allowed to be used against anyone. TTP has no presence in Afghanistan. These are Pakistan's internal problems. TTP controls large areas inside Pakistan itself. They can live there. They do not need Afghan soil. And we will not allow them to use Afghan soil in the first place.
Well, what measures has the Islamic Emirate taken to prevent groups such as TTP, Tehrik-e-Taliban, Pakistan, or ISIS-K from operating inside Afghanistan?
ISIS was a phenomenon against which we carried out a very serious campaign. In Kabul and in other provinces, we eliminated them. They have no physical presence in Afghanistan. Unfortunately, instead of suppressing ISIS, Pakistan has provided them with safe havens. In Mastung, in Baluchistan, they have created places for them. In Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, they have also provided areas for them. In some cases, they have used them against Afghanistan and sent them to carry out operations and terrorist attacks inside Afghanistan. As for TTP, that is a matter related to Pakistan itself. From the first day, Afghanistan declared that we would not allow TTP to operate in Afghanistan or use Afghan soil. Another major reason Afghanistan cannot harm Pakistan is that along the entire Durand line, barbed wire has been installed. Even an animal cannot pass through it. Pakistani forces are deployed along the line. All border crosses have been closed for 4 months. Trade has stopped, movement has been cut off, Even a patient cannot travel overland to Pakistan for treatment. So by what route would TTP go to fight and then return? This claim is false and unrealistic. They are raising such accusations to justify their own security weakness and to divert public opinion.
Mr. Mujahid, you have also said that in any potential response to Pakistan, perpetrators would be targeted, not civilians. So what mechanisms are in place to ensure civilians are not harmed?
بله ما زمان قبلم که حمله انتقامی بالای پاکستان انجام شد.
Previously, when a retaliatory attack was carried out against Pakistan, we targeted only military positions and destroyed them. No civilians were harmed. If we deemed it necessary again to respond to these attacks, naturally civilians will not be targeted.
And without going into military details, if Kabul plans a response to Islamabad, what kind of action might we expect? Would it be political or security military?
Naturally, it would be a military response, but its details are confidential and I cannot explain further. Pakistan must receive a response for its shameful act.
And given current tensions along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border, what is your official red line?
In general, we want good relations with all our neighbors, strong diplomatic ties, trade relations, and normal movement of the people. Just as we have good relations with other neighbors, we want such relations with Pakistan. But Pakistan has consistently made excuses and seeks to ignite war in the region and create insecurity and unrest. We believe a particular military circle within Pakistan has been tasked with destabilizing the region.
And has Pakistan provided you with any concrete and credible evidence regarding its claims that militants are using Afghan territory?
No, we have repeatedly requested that if there is specific evidence in any geographical area, whether mountainous, forested, or remote, they should share it with us so that we ourselves can investigate. But unfortunately, without presenting proof or evidence, they simply make claims, conduct propaganda, and then take actions that we consider unforgivable.
And talks between Afghanistan and Pakistan have stalled several times. What would it take to restart serious negotiations and reduce tensions?
In previous talks, we participated sincerely and with commitment. Third countries, Islamic countries such as Qatar, the UAE, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia witnessed that the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan seriously tried to find a solution. But Pakistan does not want these talks to succeed or produce guarantees. They have consistently created excuses that led to failure. This shows that they do not favor calm in the region. Rather, they have objectives aimed at destabilizing it. This is an external mission assigned to them by major powers to create insecurity and ignite conflict. The consequences will not affect Afghanistan alone, but could harm other regional countries as well.
And let's now turn to the international dimension, Mr. Mujahid. The international response to these strikes has been limited, and some countries have remained silent. So how do you assess this reaction? Has Afghanistan's sovereignty been sufficiently acknowledged?
We witnessed children and innocent people being targeted. Evidence of this was published and reported by media. A country's sovereignty was violated. It is the responsibility of various countries, especially Islamic and regional countries, to condemn such actions and to take decisions to prevent their repetition. Why they have not done so is a question for them. In any case, this is a humanitarian issue and an example of oppression and aggression that destabilizes the region. Everyone should show attention and sensitivity to it.
How do tensions with Pakistan then affect your regional relationships, especially with countries such as China and Middle Eastern states that sometimes play a mediating role?
Naturally, relations between countries are important for the people of both sides. If war occurs in the region, insecurity will spread to different countries and create opportunities for misuse. We do not want insecurity. We want all countries to support the security and stability established in Afghanistan and help strengthen it, so we can move the region toward lasting stability. But Pakistan's efforts to destabilize the region must be stopped.
Is there anything you would like to add, Mr. Mujahid?
We want regional and Islamic countries to understand their responsibility in this matter and persuade Pakistan to change its approach. Afghanistan and Pakistan are two very close nations with many shared interests. The security problems inside Pakistan have nothing to do with Afghanistan. They should address their own issues and not further damage relations with Afghanistan, because that harms both countries and the region. Countries should use their influence and intervene to prevent such incidents from happening again.
Thank you. This concludes our special interview with the chief Taliban spokesman, Zabihullah Mujahid, bringing insight into the latest developments on Arabiya English.
Because humans are naturally nostalgic, they search for their beginnings and the first moments of everything around them. It is in our nature to cherish what we consider precious, to protect our memories, even those that break our hearts. Who among us has not kept the letter yellow with time? A lover's perfume in a glass bottle. A grandmother's earrings passed through gentle hands. A photograph. A record. A book that carries the warmth of a heartbeat. Can we say that everyone has their own museum? Why do we chase the warmth of faces long gone, the echo of feelings that once lived within us? Why does the human heart wander endlessly backward, spending half its life in the soft light of yesterday? What are the origins of the museum? When did humanity decide that its treasures should belong to everyone? The story of museums, those guardians of culture and memory, begins much earlier than most imagine. From a princess's private trove to vast institutions welcoming millions, the museum has evolved into a space where the boundaries between the private and the public dissolve, transforming personal passion into a shared heritage.
The Louvre has always been in the center of Paris. That is to say, it has been the heart of Paris for almost 800 years. And Paris, in the year 1190. It is necessary to go back that far to find a Paris without its Louvre. It was in that year that King Philip Augustus built himself a fortress, a place to keep his jewels, his dogs, and his prisoners of war.
As everyone knows, the Louvre Museum is not just a museum. For decades, it has been one of the tools of soft power, and the actual decision regarding its management and security rests with the Élysée Palace. Around the world, there have been nearly hundreds of famous museum thefts. This isn't the first time the Louvre has been targeted, but the October 2025 heist, which unfolded in plain sight of guards and visitors, may be among the boldest in its history.
The heist of the Louvre was a tremendous shock on October 19th. We had several small burglaries in museums right before. The Museum of Natural History, golden pellets were stolen. So this was like a series. We were like a nation in shock. Why can't we protect anything of value. And secondly, there was a sort of shock about the fact that there was insufficient security. So we were blaming insufficient security, so laxness and indifference, and at the same time, some sort of national curse.
From the Apollo Gallery 50 years ago, the sword of King Charles, made around 6 kilograms of gold, studded with precious stones, vanished from its display and has never been recovered. But the real story here isn't the theft itself, but what it says between the lines. Why are museums robbed more easily than jewelry stores? Why do surveillance systems, guards, reinforced glass, and alarms so often fail to do their jobs?
Let's say that a jewelry store has a limited perimeter, it's a small area, and they have strict access control, and they have standardized procedures. But for a museum, it's by nature an open venue. They welcome people, so you have a lot of flows, and it's always a compromise between access, conservation, and visitor experience. So, of course, it's a whole chain of security that has to be set up, and that is a very complex way how to set up. And also, if one aspect is not well secured, it's the whole chain which is deficient.
Well, jewelry stores expect to be robbed. The national museums, any museum, knows it's a possibility, but too many armed guards inside the museum would give a bad feeling, and plus they really don't want a guard to pull out a gun and shoot. In most museums, the artwork is not insured, and jewelers are insured. So the jewelers, you know, they can put up a fight, but in the end, it's not that tragic for them. For a museum, they don't put up a fight. It's almost counterintuitive, but you know, they should be guarded like crazy since they don't have insurance. But it's exactly the reverse that happens.
On a bright morning on the 19th of October 2025, a theft unfolded in the heart of Paris that stunned the world. Not for its scale alone, but for its symbolism. In broad daylight, priceless artifacts vanished from the Louvre, the world's most visited museum and one of France's proudest institutions. Considering this latest Louvre heist, the getaway truck was itself stolen from a small town on the outskirts of Paris called Lourve. It somehow made its way into one of the busiest, most heavily monitored areas of the French capital. The truck stopped, 4 men got out, 2 entered the gallery, took what they came for, and left. All happened in just 7 minutes. This is what has been confirmed. Digging into details, sources say that those 7 minutes were invested wisely. 3 minutes and 57 seconds were enough to smash the glass, snatch 2 displays of jewels, and escape without anyone lifting a finger to stop them. All this in a city where Parisians swear that if anyone parks his car in that same spot for even a minute, police patrols would appear from every direction, issue a fine, and order the driver to move immediately.
It's a symbol of France. What happened in the Louvre was shocking. We always see police cars all over Paris every minute. But here, in this spot and specific minute, no police car was there to stop the robbery. It is shocking.
So that's what really shocked us. The easiest way they could use to do that, it was like acting normally, you know, being part of the environment.
The world is expecting more security from this kind of places, of course. One day or one other, we will have also a security failure in the Tour Eiffel.
The thieves did know everything about the Louvre's method of operation. They knew that the jewels were reinstalled every morning. The jewels are taken away at night and hidden in a safe place and brought back at exactly a few minutes before opening. And they knew that that was the vulnerable moment to jump in, because security would have been moving around. So obviously they had infiltrated somebody who had done all this investigating.
Merde. Ok, merci. Les individus sont en scooter, ils vont quitter. La police. Ah, c'est sûr, pour passage mutuel, est-ce qu'on arrête les entrées?
Experts say museum officials long believed that a daylight robbery of a major museum was virtually impossible. Yet growing evidence suggests the Louvre thieves may have received assistance from inside the institution itself. Some even speculate that the perpetrators had a digital or human Trojan horse inside the museum, a secret accomplice who is now just a stunned observer like everyone else. Still, these are speculations nonetheless.
All kind of cyber intrusion or any insider that could link some crucial information are always options that has to be taken into consideration for investigation.
I am not inside the investigation, but it's very probable that they had somebody inside who told them how weak the system was. It's very plausible. Very plausible, but we have to wait the end of the investigation.
Is it somebody like a one guard or some cleaner or something like that? That's where the suspicions would go. But that it was an inside operation that was commanded by people inside who working against their own institution, no, that has not been considered in the end by the investigation, nor the fact that it would be a foreign nation.
According to what we know about what they said, the criminals said during their arrest, and also what they have, what the investigators have discovered, there was no any traceability of intrusion. Could be internal insider providing with crucial information, or any kind of cyber attack on the system in the Louvre. So for the moment, nothing goes to that explanation.
Hours after what many are calling the heist of the century, Hisham Dawood, a political anthropology researcher at France's National Center for Scientific Research, reflected on the deeper implications of the theft. France may have recovered its most valuable artifact, Dawood said, but what was wounded today cannot be healed by reclaiming a mere object. What was shaken was the belief that the symbols of the French nation are untouchable, that the pride of an entire country could not be threatened in a matter of minutes. He continued, "The crown has returned to the Louvre and may soon shine again, and perhaps the remaining stolen pieces will be recovered. But the image of that crown lying abandoned on the roadside will haunt the national memory. Deep down, the French fear that one day their country could resemble that crown, stripped of pride, of grandeur, and of protection."
You know, everybody, the newspaper reported that something very easy, and then the jewelry is lost forever. It's part of organized crime, and we will never find them.
Those jewels are considered to be national treasures, and who would dare do this in front of everybody and steal them? So museums are behind in their thinking. They got it more or less backwards. And there is another problem, that when you steal from a museum, you have to dispose of the artwork on the black market. So these jewels will have to be cut and transformed in order to be sold. And there is another problem, since it's a national affront. They have 100 police working on this. I mean, for a jewelry store, you wouldn't necessarily have that many police. So it's really very counterintuitive, and it's just this illusion of ease that the criminals saw, which made them try such a thing after a whole series. But after this, I think the French museum world will change completely. I was in another museum when it happened, and I saw the guards got nervous and started walking around Napoleon's sword. So there's going to be a reaction.
Ironically, some observers note the stolen items may be the only pieces in the Louvre that weren't already stolen from somewhere else to begin with. Historians estimate that nearly 80% of the museum's collection originated from colonial conquests and imperial expeditions. That uncomfortable truth, many argue, is the real core of the story. European analysts see the heist as a mirror held up to France itself, a nation strained by political instability, economic fatigue, and growing social unrest.
I guess you are not expecting the President of the Republic to be in front of the museum and be like that and prevent robbery. I mean, it's not his role, okay? I think that somebody has to be blamed is the lady in charge, the director of the Louvre. She has to be blamed because she receives the report and the warning. She is the one who should dismiss. She's the one who has to resign, not the president. I mean, the president, you cannot expect your president to be in front of each of your museum, I guess.
It wasn't just a robbery, one senior cultural critic in Brussels said. It was a symbolic message reclaiming that what France once took can also be taken from France. Investigators remain tight-lipped about how the thieves managed to infiltrate one of the most secure museums in the world in broad daylight. Yet the brazenness of the act and its timing between a collapsing government and another trembling under pressure has deepened public unease. To many, it feels as though the country's sense of pride and protection has been breached.
It's a symbol that has been attacked, and for France, it's really a very critical and even political issue, let's say. And also the amount of the law, which is the value of the jewelries are around 88 million euros.
With considerable intelligence, because really the timing was incredible. And they got lucky because the police went to the wrong place when they finally got the alarm. And they were also lucky, these burglars, because the casing of the jewels was not as, it wasn't impenetrable. Okay, this was not Fort Knox. So they did have some time to drill a hole in the glass, and the Louvre doesn't have armed police inside. You have to go get them. You just have security, and they came in, and the burglars threatened them with these drills, and so really nobody wanted to be attacked. And in the past, there have been guards who were overpowered and gagged and tied up a few decades ago. So nobody wants to go through that.
We often read the phrase, inspired by a true story, at the beginning of some movies or even some novels. But what happened at the Louvre seems to be the complete opposite. Who among us did not notice the mysterious resemblance between the recent Louvre theft and the plots of the famous French series Lupin and the film The Thomas Crown Affair, released in 1999? Were these stories merely a coincidence? Or were they hidden maps of an event that actually took place at the Louvre on the morning of October 19, 2025?
The beginning is disturbingly similar because it's the same part of the Louvre which is burglarized. However, in the series, it's a public auction which is attacked, and in reality, it's simply the room, the display room. So there's that difference. However, the quality of the burglars seems to be similar. They are not, international robbers like Arsène Lupin is supposed to have been. This imaginary figure, it's not Ocean 11 or one of those kind of high-class mythical movie attacks. These were just general, jewelry robbers who did this.
The comparison is a bit exaggerated because, okay, we have the Louvre, which is a world icon, and it's very romantic place as well. But the idea of also acting during the day, so the fact this is very surprising. Unfortunately, I have to say that as I mentioned previously, obviously no political and no other objective in this health to get profits and to exploit a security gap, and that's all.
Astonishing that they were able to do something like that in such a short amount of time with no one really noticing what was going on.
Right.
So it really was like an ultimate heist in the middle of the day.
Yeah, it almost sounded like a movie.
Well, you would imagine like high level of security, especially protecting certain things. So when you have something valuable at home, you try to protect it, right? Imagine a museum with lots of history, lots of years worth of, right? So yeah, very surprised.
Here, the sequence of events can be laid out chronologically as follows. First came the theft itself. Then the wave of astonishment, not only in France but globally. Third, the rapid spread of the news, thanks to social media networks. The fourth was the collapse of any sense of time as the public demanded quick answers before shock could turn into yet another crisis from Macron's government, which was already navigating intense political pressure at the time. In such a situation, it was only natural to resort to artificial intelligence to understand what had happened.
Today, technology does not grant the luxury of time. For example, in the recent Louvre Museum theft, just a few hours after the incident, social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos, perhaps exaggerated, created with the help of artificial intelligence, all seemingly mocking the theft. This allowed those behind technology screens to be journalists, analysts, and even investigators. For example, I didn't fly to Paris or enter the Louvre. The only truth about the video you've just watched in the Louvre is my photo, just a silent photo that I gave to AI to generate this video. I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there. Only AI did. This was nothing but an experiment to understand today's powerful technology.
Trying to find a kind of plot in this due to the political and social situation in France. Macron is always used for groups that are against the situation and let's say the current political scene. It's another way how to attack France, or more specifically its president.
On ne tire pas sur une ambulance. You don't shoot ambulance. When somebody is weak, it's always easier to ban him and to blame him. Okay? I myself, I don't blame the president for that. I blame the lady in charge, the director of the museum. She is the one who had the report. She is the one in charge. She is the one who must be taken accountable of that.
History never knew the dragon we speak of today, the artificial intelligence. Yet history tells us that the Babylonians and the civilizations that followed them in Mesopotamia, along with the ancient Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Greeks, and others, were the ones who first conceived and developed the idea of a museum through centuries of accumulated experience. But today, things have changed. In recent years, virtual museums have emerged, presenting their collections in an intangible digital space, one no thief or vandal can ever touch. And now, artificial intelligence enters this vast landscape once again. Perhaps we are on the brink of transformation that will redefine museums and their security altogether. Whether physical or virtual, the museum remains a place where history completes its cycle, where history became full circle, returning us to the same human impulse to collect, preserve, and display.
Well, it was the French and the British. The French Revolution, they took the royal collections and they said, okay, this is not just for the nobility who are coming once in a while, and not just for art students, it can be opened up to everyone. So it was made accessible, especially to art students and on certain days to the public. And it became popular. And the British did the same thing with the British Museum. Now, in the 19th century, museums were also research centers. You know, they do a lot of archaeology in the Middle East. They did a whole lot of Egyptology. That's really what got them off the ground. And then they stored the big national paintings, you know, a Napoleon crossing, a mountain pass, and such grand paintings. But it is in the 20th century that it really got off the ground, because it became a mass tourism attraction and brought in a lot of revenue.
Museums, despite their symbolic and cultural weight, are not all fortified like high-end jewelry stores. They rarely anticipate the possibility of a bold daylight robbery. And so, the weaknesses are far greater than the average visitor ever imagines. In just minutes, the heist of the century, as the French now call it, along with royal crowns and historic necklaces, vanished into the bustle of Parisian streets. The spectacle stunned the French and the world, revealing the fragility of a place long thought to be one of the safest guardians of human heritage. Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet? The world found itself witnessing an event where time seemed to stand still. An audience surrounded by a forest of phone cameras inside a hall devoid of surveillance. In the past, before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets, joining strikes, waving flags, writing songs, demanding justice. Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Really bad things will happen if we don't strike a deal. It's a pretty vague but still ominous warning from President Trump to Iran. More US military muscle is heading to the Middle East ahead of last-ditch nuclear talks set for Thursday. Will the threat of war force a deal, or has the US underestimated Tehran's resolve? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That Counterpoints debate coming up soon.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Really bad things will happen if we don't strike a deal. It's a pretty vague but still ominous warning from President Trump to Iran. More US military muscle is heading to the Middle East ahead of last-ditch nuclear talks set for Thursday. Will the threat of war force a deal, or has the US underestimated Tehran's resolve? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us. That Counterpoints debate coming up soon.
Our allies in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Really bad things will happen if we don't strike a deal. It's a pretty vague but still ominous warning from President Trump to Iran. More US military muscle is heading to the Middle East ahead of last-ditch nuclear talks set for Thursday. Will the threat of war force a deal, or has the US underestimated Tehran's resolve? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. In the face of one US warship, Iran held firm. President Trump threatened a whole armada, and still, Iran didn't blink. Now, a second aircraft carrier is heading towards the Middle East, capping off the largest regional deployment since the Iraq invasion in 2003. And not even that has, so far, forced Iranian negotiators to accept a deal.
He's curious as to why they haven't, I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated. Why under this sort of pressure with the amount of sea power, naval power that we have over there?
Rather than fostering compromise, it seems US saber-rattling has only served to harden Iran's resolve. It's ruled out nuclear weapons development, but considers civil enrichment a source of national pride.
One thing I have to emphasize is that there is no military solution for Iran's nuclear program. That has been tested last year. We are prepared for, war, and we are prepared for peace. We are prepared for diplomacy, and we are prepared for negotiation as much as we are prepared for war.
We'll ask our panel, are US strikes on Iran inevitable? Would capitulation pose a greater threat to Iran's government than war? And is Israel replacing Iran as the major regional threat? Joining us for this discussion is Cenk Uygur, CEO and co-host of the Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. Retired Major Doron Spielman is with us, former IDF spokesman and New York Times best-selling author. And rounding out the panel is Professor John Ghazvinian, Iranian-American historian and expert on US-Iran relations. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, officials have described Thursday's talks between the US and Iran as last-ditch negotiations. But so far, previous rounds appear to have done very little to bring the sides closer together. The US is still demanding zero nuclear enrichment, while Iran insists there's no legal reason it shouldn't be allowed to pursue a civilian nuclear program. The most advanced US aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, is now on its way to the region where it will meet up with a vast concentration of US military power. Doron, let's start with you. Are strikes on Iran inevitable?
I think that one of two things is inevitable. Either Iran is going to give up this murderous nuclear arsenal that it's created, was destroyed, and is now instead of feeding its people, immediately reworking on to rearm, creating uranium enrichment, while the Iranian rial is 1.3 million to $1, while its people are starving in the streets. Either that program is going to be fully dismantled, along with all of their ability to use their ballistic missiles, which they fired at Israeli cities, killing innocent Israelis, or, yes, the United States most likely will go about striking this regime, which is working on creating a bomb not only for Israel, already has the missiles to bring it to Europe, and is working on missiles to bring it to the United States. So I think that we are at an imminent point, not only regarding Iran, but in history. I can't imagine another U.S. president that will have the courage to strike down the plague that is the leadership of Ali Khamenei in Iran before he grows into the absolute and ultimate Hitler that he probably aspires to.
Oh, please. Okay.
Cenk?
Yeah. All right. It's funny now hearing Israeli propaganda, because before it seemed normal. And now that we could all see it, it seems, both tragic and hilarious at the same time. Do you know which country has a nuclear weapon between Iran and Israel? Oh, right, Israel. Do you know how they got that weapon? Oh, right, they stole America's nuclear secrets. We should have been done with them at that moment, period. Period. How dare you steal our nuclear secrets? Then they stole more secrets through Jonathan Pollard, and then they gave it to our enemies, the Soviet Union. This country is not remotely an ally to America, and they are now trying to push us into this war that we have no business in at all. Even this brother right now just said that we destroyed their nuclear facility, so why are you still yapping about nuclear? You guys have a nuclear weapon. They're not, and you're saying not only can they not have a nuclear weapon, which makes sense, I don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, but that they can't have nuclear energy like any other country. Why? Who are you to tell them if they can have nuclear energy? Okay, you can't have nuclear energy. You can't have nukes. Oh, no, that's beloved Israel. We're a...
Okay, Cenk, all right, pause there and let's let Doran respond, and then I'll bring John in.
Let me finish about the war.
Okay, all right.
It's just, again, Cenk is part of his conspiracy theory that Israel's nuclear...
All right, I'll just let Cenk finish his thought.
We did. You have to double
again. Go ahead, Cenk. When you're done with your tantrum, I'll try to jump in.
You have to stop their foreign policy and have Israel in charge of their foreign policy. Why? Why do we have to do all of that for Israel? Why don't you go fight your own wars? Oh, that's crazy. No, Americans have to die for it. Americans have to pay for it. Why? It has nothing to do with us. Their missiles couldn't possibly reach us. And no, we don't have an obligation to destroy every enemy of Israel and make the entire Middle East defenseless so that Israel can continue to attack its neighbors. It's attacked 7 of its neighbors, and it is far more dangerous than Iran.
Okay, all right. Doran, respond, and then I'll hand it over to you, John.
Sure. It's the same playbook. At the end of the day, if we left it up to Cenk, I think we would have a nuclear Iran in the Middle East. Cenk apparently trusts the Iranian regime. Again, when I confronted you, Cenk, about 32,000 people have been slaughtered by this regime. Your answer was...
And we don't fund the Iranians.
Can I just finish?
Cenk, just let Doran speak so we can hear his point of view.
Exactly. I just want to, I want to hear what you have to say. You want to hear what I have to say.
No, he lied about me. That's what I wanted to clarify. I have no love for the Iranian regime. I don't want the Ayatollah in charge. Keep going.
Again, Cenk, okay, you don't want a nuclear Iran, but you just tried proving the case to me why we should allow Iran to be nuclear. Apparently, you trust a regime that just slaughtered 32,000 of its people.
Cenk, you are going to need to let Doran speak, please. Let him finish his point, and then we can continue.
This is a lie about me.
Cenk, I'm just trying to let the truth be told. I let you speak freely, if I could please speak freely. Cenk, there are 32,000 people that this regime killed its own 32,000 people. When I asked you about it, you said it was Israeli bots, and I don't think you can deny it because it's on your X feed. You said that they're Israeli bots. These aren't actually people. No. 32,000 people were killed by this regime in the streets of Tehran. Women were raped and children have disappeared. A regime that would do that, I would not give them an atomic weapon. And I'm sorry, it may cost America to send the planes over there. America is an incredible country that wants to protect its own interests. With regards to them being able to reach the United States, Israel is around 2,000 kilometers from Iran. They have developed ballistic missiles that can go almost 10,000 kilometers. Why? They don't need that to hit Israel because now they can hit Europe. And if you say that they can't ever hit the United States, where are you living? All of Russia's ballistic missiles can hit the United States. It's nothing for them to develop that kind of thing. And, Cenk, I would like to believe like you. I would love to say we should just give them civilian, nuclear power, but we tried that and they've enriched it to 60%, which is one goal. 60% enriched uranium is not for civilian use. It's only for military use. So, you know, Cenk, I just can't trust you or the Iranian regime.
Okay, we need to bring John in to let John have his say on this initial point. John, I want to ask you, are US strikes on Iran inevitable, or will President Trump risk looking weak by backing down now? I mean, he's got this big armada there. If he doesn't use it, does that make him look weak?
Well, it's very hard to know whether, of course, strikes on Iran are inevitable or not. Obviously, Donald Trump holds the ultimate decision-making power in that in that particular scenario. You know, what's clear is that he's certainly threatening war. He's threatening war, and he has already bombed Iran once. You know, on the sort of debate that we just heard, you know, I think it's important to step back a little bit. I'm a historian. I'm going to suggest that we step back a little bit historically. Iran has been a signatory to the International Treaty on Non-Proliferation since 1968, since the day that it opened for signatures. The Islamic Republic, for all of its flaws, and its flaws are many, has never pulled out of the NPT. It, as Cenk says correctly, does not possess nuclear weapons. It does have an advanced nuclear program, which is of concern to many people around the world, for very good reason. But what we do know is that again and again and again, American intelligence, Russian intelligence, European intelligence, and even Israeli intelligence has verified multiple times that Iran, the Islamic Republic, has not, or rather had not until perhaps the last 12 months or so, made any visible decision, the political decision, to weaponize its nuclear program. Now, that doesn't mean, I'm not naive about this, and nobody should be naive about this, that somehow we simply take their word for it, that this is a civilian program, et cetera, et cetera. However, the reality is that this very question of enrichment is where all these problems began. The United States, under the Bush administration in the early 2000s, decided that Iran could not enrich uranium, that it had to have zero enrichment, which is actually a highly problematic demand under the in terms of the NPT. And it was the one that the Iranians rejected. Mm-hmm. And it remains incredibly, more than 20 years later, still at the very heart of this dispute between the United States and Iran. Even today, as we speak, Stephen Witkoff and the Iranians are hung up on this exact same point. This is an absolute red line for the Islamic Republic, and it's an absolute red line for the Trump administration, as it was for the Bush administration. The only time we ever made any progress through this was when the Obama administration decided to relax its red line a little bit and allow Iran to have highly surveilled, highly controlled, limited enrichment on its soil. Okay. It was a deal that was working. And that is, and as we know, the Trump administration pulled out in 2018. That's really ultimately what's brought us to this impasse today.
All right, Doran. Well, let me put this to you then. So John is saying that this idea of a workable oversight, it's worked before. Why wouldn't it work again now? And how has the US president, as the commander-in-chief, if he's going to send his troops into a conflict, he needs to make a strong case for war? How is starting a war going to make America safer? Wouldn't it be safer if they just had a strong and trustworthy oversight situation like John is suggesting?
It would be wonderful if we could, again, trust Iran, if they were a normal regime. But let's just be honest. The largest supporter of state terror in the entire world is the Islamic Republic.
But how is it going to make Americans safer for the US president?
I'm driving there. I promise you I'm driving there. Not only, and I will answer your question, not only were 500 ballistic missiles in the Iranian arsenal used, which means Israel has ballistic missiles. Israel, according to foreign reports and even according to certain prime ministers, is a nuclear country and has never used its nuclear weapons. Iran had built a regime of ballistic missiles, and they launched them at Israel and killed Israelis. Now, why is this important for America? Because Iran didn't only kill Israelis. In 1983, Iranian-funded Hezbollah, and is a plan that the United States uncovered and is verified, drove a suicide truck into Marine barracks in Lebanon and killed 260 Americans. Now, when the Iranian regime took over in 1979, within 10 months, who did they get retribution on? whatever Americans were left in that country. The Iranian hostage crisis was that they had 66 Americans to hang on to. They support Hezbollah, which carries that is an internationally recognized terror organization. I don't know if Cenk would admit or acknowledge that they are a terror organization, but they are. They support Hamas. They used all of their money to create the Houthi shipping routes and to have the Houthis disrupt 50% of global shipping. Now, how can we say, again, I would love to think that Iran was the nice people that Israel had a relationship with in the 1950s before the Islamic insane regime that calls America the great Satan and death to America, Israel the little Satan, and death to Israel is the largest terror-sponsoring state in the world, that to give them the ability to enrich civilian uranium. But John, as you and I both know, in 2005, already the International Atomic Energy Council said that they were already in violation in 2005 of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. The fact that they signed a document means nothing because Iran lies. And the answer in President Trump's mind is going to be this. Can he, because he doesn't want to go to war, and I don't want to go to war, and I don't want our pilots to go to war.
You don't want to go to war?
Trust
You're the biggest warmonger
an Iranian
in the world.
republic that is the largest sponsor of state terror in the world, that has taken all of its natural resources to create a nuclear program that blows up Israelis, has attacked Americans, and say, you know what? I'm going to trust their signature on a piece of paper.
Okay, John, you want to say something there, John? Jump in.
And I do not believe he's going to trust their word.
John?
I think we're all very aware of the long history of animosity and mutual grievances between Israel and Iran, but that wasn't actually your question. Your question was about enrichment. And as Doran well knows, it's not about taking Iran's word for anything. I'm not going to take anyone's word for anything when it comes to any state or any kind of politician. It's not what Iran said. It was the fact that under the terms of the JCPOA, Iran was verifiably below 20% enrichment, and it was following and implementing the terms of the JCPOA, even after the United States pulled out, actually, for about a year. That was actually the question, not, all the sort of grievances that these two countries have against each other.
All right. Cenk, has the US president made a strong case for war? I mean, Doran makes a good point there. That bases were attacked in Lebanon, US soldiers were killed.
Okay, so everything he said was preposterous. So let's begin with, Iran is not following the nuclear treaty to the letter. Actually, the professor here is saying they have been following it. You know who hasn't followed it? Israel. Israel never entered any of those agreements, will never follow international law, proudly says that international law doesn't apply to them. They built a nuke in secret. They're actually the greatest danger in the Middle East. It's not even close. So am I against the Iranian regime? I am. So I'm not a fundamentalist Muslim by a long shot, and they are. I believe in freedom for the Iranian people, but that is not our business, okay? I'm rooting for the Iranian people. But there's a difference between saying Saddam Hussein's a bad guy, this is a trick that Israel already played on us, and you need to go and lose 5,000 men over there, Americans, not Israelis. You need to spend $8 trillion on the global war against Israel's enemies, not Israel. America must do it. We don't have to fight your wars, especially because you're giant hypocrites on every single issue. You are much worse on the nuclear issue than Iran. That is not disputable. Not at all disputable. And they're also the country most likely to use a nuke because they have a trigger finger. The minute that they think they're in slightly danger, they attack, and pretend that it's self-defense. Iran has not attacked any of its neighbors. Israel has attacked 7 of their neighbors.
Cenk, why do you think President Trump is pushing this now?
Let me finish. The entire conversation is an illusion. So he says, what do you want to trust the Iranian regime? I don't want to trust the Iranian regime. That doesn't mean I need to go to war with the Iranian regime on your behalf. He says, get rid of all their ballistic missiles. Is Israel going to get rid of all their ballistic missiles? They say, no, we have a right to attack and kill anyone we like. But the Iranians do not even have the right to defend themselves. Then he goes back into history, into the 1980s or the 1880s. I hated what happened there, but how about the USS? We're going to go back in history. How about the USS Liberty? The Israel attacked an American ship, murdered 34 Americans. We don't fund Iran. but we fund Israel, despite the fact that they keep murdering Americans and
okay,
never listen.
well, Cenk, answer me this. Why now?
In the last 3 years with no accountability at all. They are the biggest terrorists in the Middle East, and if we're considering war in the Middle East, Iran is not the right target.
Why is President Trump pursuing this now then, Cenk? Why now and not before?
Because
Why not give more time for negotiation?
That's the easiest question in the world.
Very briefly, Cenk, and then I'm going to ask Doran.
Even this brother was like,
it's
well,
obvious.
they don't have
the Israel lobby, Jewish money, Jewish influence, Jews control the world. Go on, Cenk, give us your answer.
About ballistic missiles of Russia? Are you nuts?
Cenk, quickly answer my question so we can move this debate on.
The reason Trump is considering, let me answer the question. The reason Trump is considering
I'm waiting for you to.
war now is because he is utterly bought by the Israeli lobby. The
Israeli lobby.
Number one. The Adelsons gave him $337 million. That is an indisputable fact. And if you think that Trump is holy and doesn't care about $300 million, you're on a different planet. Go ahead, deny that the Adelsons, the traitors that took traitor Jonathan Pollard and flew him on a private jet back to Israel to reward him for betraying America, tell me that they didn't give over $300 million to Trump. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, Doran, why is the U.S. pursuing this now?
You know, I think that President Trump understands that there is an axis of evil in the world. The axis of evil includes China, first of all, that gets most of its oil from Iran and has a plan to really usurp the United States' position in the world. North Korea, which I don't think we need to say much about North Korea, Iran, and to some degree Russia. And I think he understands, learning from World War II, if we allow evil to grow, evil will always grow. Evil will metastasize. And he takes lessons from World War II, where the Allied powers watched as Hitler slowly took over Europe until he was unstoppable. And I think President Trump has a real mission here for the American people, and yes, also for Israel, because we share common values of democracy and of building a world based on peace. And Israel responded, by the way, to all those countries that Cenk said that Israel did. It was obviously after October 7th, which he, of course, failed to mention because he always fails to mention. But I think President Trump sees himself in a point in history and says, you know what? I don't want to kick the can of a nuclear Iran down the street when my children or my grandchildren or in 3 years when there's a president not as strong as me, they're going to prove me wrong. I don't want to be proven wrong by an atomic weapon blowing up in a container in New York or being launched in American cities. My role now is to protect American interests. And I think he correctly also sees that Israel's part of that, meaning Israel did not ask President Trump to bomb Iran right now. President Trump, if he decides to do it and Israel sends aircraft,
no, wait, really?
It will because A, they are no question a regional destabilizer, but B, Prime Minister Netanyahu,
Israel
who has managed to push back and defeat 7 different countries who launched a simultaneous war, he knows one thing. He knows that Israel is the only true ally of the United States. The United States just put out their security paper saying the model ally in the world is Israel. And if the United States goes after someone and we're in the region, we will help them. That is because we share values of freedom. Iran is the opposite, and we need nothing more than the blood of 33,000 people that are running in the streets of Tehran to show us what Tehran really means.
I got to respond to that.
Please do.
So this brother's pretending he cares about Muslim lives after Israel just slaughtered well over 70,000 innocent Palestinians, over 20,000 Palestinian children, and he's pretending that he cares about Muslim lives? Are you kidding me? And did you just say that Israel didn't ask us to attack Iran? Are you and then did you just say that there's an axis of evil, including China and Russia? Are you going to push us into a war with China and Russia, you lunatics? Are you pretending that Israel is peaceful when they have enslaved the Palestinians for 58 brutal years? Why won't you let the Palestinians go? You are tyrants. You're the biggest dictatorship in the Middle East. You will not let those 5.5 million Palestinians go. You continue to steal their land. They took 53% of Gaza. They're never going to return it. It was never about self-defense. It was always about taking land. They attacked in 1948. They attacked in 1967. They're attacking now. They're demanding that America help their imperial empire grow in the Middle East, just like the Germans wanted to grow their empire in Europe. It is so stark and so sad and tragic that you have become what you most feared and despised. But that is Israel now. Constant, forever wars, demanding that America finance all their wars, die and bleed for them when they attack us over and over again. Are you going to turn over the 10 murderers who murdered 10 Americans in the last 3 years? No. Are you going to turn over Tom Alexander, who's a rapist, alleged rapist in Nevada, and you took him and you won't return him? Are you going to return any of these people so they can serve justice in America? You're never going to do it because you think that your job is to take advantage of America.
Okay, all right. I need to turn us back onto Iran, to the topic at hand.
Wars that cost us trillions. We're tired of you stealing from us. You're not remotely an ally. You're trying to trick the American people into endless wars, and we're all sick of it. The whole world is sick of it.
Okay. Look, I feel like, Doran, I need to give you a quick right of reply there. And John, I want to bring you in. If you can respond in the sake of fairness there, Doran. John, I have a question for you next.
Sure. I'll just, now that the temper tantrum is over, I'll just respond very simply. Again, I disagree with everything that Cenk just said, and so does the United States security establishment. But anything I say, I'm sorry, Cenk, I'm trying to speak. Cenk, I'm trying to speak. I will just tell you, Cenk, that I know you think that everything is bought and everything, wherever the evil lies, Israel is a manifestation of the devil. That is what I hear from you. You've been blaming Israel over the last 2 weeks for Epstein. You blamed us just right now for the grooming clans that are in the UK. You blame us that we've bought everything. It's, you know, the person who said this in 1933 was Adolf Hitler. Just replace the word Israel with Jew. You cover it as if it's not anti-Semitic. Anytime I call you anti-Semitic, the regime, there he is again. He's going to call upon the followers. Bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. The United States sees a threat that is growing. It sees 33,000 people that have been killed that tried to protest this regime, to reach out to the United States of America saying, let us be free of this regime. This regime wants to kill us and it wants to kill you. And I think President Trump has the courage to stay to Iran. We're willing to make a deal. I've just spent 2 months waiting for you. Get rid of your uranium, get rid of your plutonium. It may not be, according to John, fair, but I'm sorry. People who launch ballistic missiles in the largest state terror operation in the entire world, they don't get to have any benefits. They can have no uranium, no plutonium, no ballistic missiles, and then they can actually grow their economy and let their 90 million people not have to take 1.2 million of their currency to buy a banana. Can you imagine lugging that amount of cash for one reason? Iran's put everything they have into a nuclear weapon, not for civilian use.
All right. Israel, and we
John, I want to ask you, Steve Witkoff says Trump is...
Iran. You're the one who launched ballistic missiles against 7 of your neighbors.
John, a question for you. Steve Witkoff says Trump is curious as to why Iran hasn't capitulated. Is the US mistaken, John, in viewing Iran as so weak that it has no choice but to make a deal? Is the US miscalculating?
Well, only time will tell. But the Islamic Republic has clearly made the choice to continue holding its red line on enrichment. Historically, Iran has made the calculation. The reason the Islamic Republic has made that calculation, at least over the past 20 plus years, is that it sees a sort of happy medium between, on the one hand, capitulating, which it sees as look, for Iran, on the one hand, if it capitulates on the issue of uranium enrichment, you have to understand historically, when the Iranian Revolution took place in 1979, Iran had a lot of outstanding nuclear agreements with with European companies and with European governments. It did not receive the enriched uranium that it was supposed to receive out of those agreements. It learned some lessons from that. Now, this has nothing to do with whether you like them or not, but it affected their thinking. And the current leadership of the Islamic Republic has grown up in the ashes of the Iranian Revolution of 1979, and it fundamentally believes that if it doesn't control uranium on its own soil, it is giving leverage to foreign powers to deprive Iran of resources that it needs, either for energy generation or for other kind of purposes. Now, again, we don't have to believe any of that, but that is their position, and they feel very strongly about that. Stephen Witkoff shouldn't be surprised that they're not willing to capitulate on that. I think the thinking among the Trump administration and the Israelis over the past year or so has been that the issue has been we've never put enough pressure on them. If you just put enough pressure on them, they'll eventually break, and maybe they will. Maybe they will. But at least right now, it looks like they're not willing to. It looks like they're still digging in on this issue of enrichment. And that is surprising, I think, to someone like Witkoff, because he comes out of a mentality and a sort of foreign policy orientation that believes that the mistake that Joe Biden and Barack Obama and successive American administrations have made is simply not to put enough pressure on the Iranians. We saw that in the first Trump administration with the maximum pressure campaign. They believed that, it was just a question of breaking the regime.
Is
and there was simply no other way to do it.
Is capitulation a bigger threat to the survival of Iran's leaders than going to war?
So up until now, that has been the calculation, was that if this is also, by the way, why they haven't built a nuclear weapon, I believe, because that also would cause them a different kind of problem. They have always stayed just within the letter of the law of the NPT, because they know that if they were to, actually develop a weapon, that would be, of course, a violation of the NPT, and the whole world would quite understandably and perhaps quite justifiably go to war against them. Whereas if they capitulate, they have a different kind of problem, which is that they are now at the mercy of the Western powers for their uranium, for their enrichment, for their this, that, and the other thing, and are now opening the road to perhaps a deeper capitulation and therefore war or regime change. They've always felt that the happy medium is to enrich, to make the West nervous, to go above 20%. To perhaps, but always stay just within the letter of the NPT, and that of course drives their opponents crazy. But that has always been their best strategic move up till now, and it's worked for them for over 20 years. Again, the thinking of the Trump administration and its Israeli allies more recently has been, no, we can eventually get them to crack, and again, maybe they will. But right now, they seem to be deciding that they would rather take war than capitulation. I think part of the reason for that is because they feel their backs are against the wall. When you have a system like the Islamic Republic, if you pressurize it enough, again, the theory is that somehow it will break and you'll bring around regime change. I think that is possible, but it's equally as possible that they feel their backs against the wall, they have nothing to lose, and they'll take war.
Okay.
And then we have a much bigger problem.
Doran,
I'd like to respond to John
Yeah.
if there's a chance.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, John, and if you disagree, just, let me know, because I this is what I've learned, that civilian enrichment is usually between 3 and 5% of enriched uranium for most nuclear reactors.
That's not correct. That's not correct.
What is
Electricity
it?
enrichment is between 3 and 5. No, between 3 and 5%, just as a matter of fact. Civilian enrichment
That's why I asked.
for medical isotopes, for example, or for other kinds of, it can be up to 19.75%, as I think you know.
Okay, so up to 20%. I appreciate the clarification. Why, and that's why I asked, why would Iran enrich 60% uranium?
For several reasons. At this point, the simplest, because we don't have a lot of time, is leverage. Iran knows that when it stays below 20%, it doesn't really get, it's not really in the news. It's not really, it kind of gets left alone. When it is seen again and again that when these negotiations take place, when one side negotiates in bad faith, as happened under the Trump administration in 2018, it has a choice. It can continue to follow the letter of the JCPOA as it did for a while, but as the sanctions increase and they keep increasing and Iran keeps getting pressured, they feel that the only way that they can get their needs met in a potential future negotiation is to, yes, enrich far beyond the point that they need to, so that what they end up giving up is perhaps more than they need to. It's actually exactly what they did in the JCPOA in the first place. When the negotiations were taking place under the Obama administration, Iran actually enriched well beyond where they needed to or wanted to, and I think actually made out pretty well on that deal because they ended up giving up a whole bunch of centrifuges.
I would agree with you. With the Obama deal, they learned an important lesson. And actually, I agree with you that they enrich up to 60% for leverage. I guess where you and I may disagree is the only leverage that comes from 60% uranium is the threat of them having a nuclear weapon. And maybe you agree. I mean, your 60% enriched uranium is not a threat unto itself. 60% enriched uranium is to say, okay, our breakout time to 90% enriched uranium and having a fully active nuclear weapon can take the place over a couple of months. And that's their leverage. Now, if I'm looking at them, let's do a character analysis of Iran. If it was like Sweden, maybe I would say, wow, that's really strange that Sweden's enriched 60%. Wow, let's send inspectors.
With the greatest respect,
just 1 second, John.
If I could just, can I just stop? Because I think what we're about to hear is another lengthy speech about kind of all of Iran's evils, and I understand where you're coming from. I really do. I understand.
I mean, just looking at their
character. If I was a member of the Israeli security apparatus, I would feel the same way. But there are two separate issues. One is how you might feel about Iran as a regime, and I think actually the three of us might find that we have more agreement on that than you might think. But the other is the letter of international law. There's just this thing called international law, and the NPT is part of that. And the JCPOA is a kind of annex to that, if you will, an informal one perhaps, but just like the additional protocol and all these other protocols. And it is a fact, and I'm not saying this to be provocative, but it is an agreement that Israel has never signed. Israel is one of only 4 countries, along with North Korea and India and Pakistan, that has never joined the NPT and didn't join explicitly so that it could develop actual nuclear weapons, of which you have about 100. Again, you don't have to like Iran. Or you don't have to hate Israel. You don't have to do any of these things to acknowledge that if we're talking about enrichment, we're talking about international law. You can hate Iran all you want.
But John, 60% of uranium, you and I both agree, it's leveraged because of a potential breakout. And for you, and maybe for you, I don't know for you, but maybe for other people, they might say, oh, Israel has a nuclear weapon, and therefore Iran should have a nuclear weapon because Israel's like Iran. Well, I'm sorry, I categorically disagree. Israel's a democratic country that pursues peace. And when I look at Iran, Iran, it's not theoretical, John, because October 7th was funded and planned by Iran via Hamas. Hezbollah has launched more than 8,000 rockets. It was built up by Iran. The Houthis have sent ballistic missiles next to my home, have landed very close to my home, funded by Iran. The Buenos Aires embassy blew up. Israeli embassy, it was funded by Iran. So for us, when we look at Iran, the character is one of evil, and therefore we don't want to trust them with the bomb. I'm shocked that anyone would.
None of us. Doran, the three of us, I guarantee you, none of us wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. There is no disagreement.
I don't know. Ask Cenk if he wants.
I hate nuclear weapons.
I don't want to speak for him.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to move us on because I don't want us to run out of time. Cenk, I want to ask you, we were mentioning leadership change or at the beginning of this segment of the discussion. I want to ask you, will the US or perhaps Israel be satisfied with leadership change? Is that the goal? Would they allow some sort of nuclear enrichment if the current leadership were no longer in place? Or is this just, completely reset the table and it all gets to be US way, i.e. what we're perhaps seeing in Venezuela?
Yeah, so this entire conversation and debate, I don't mean just on this show, but worldwide about this issue is an illusion. So let me explain why I say that. So you have North Korea that had 0 nukes when Trump first came into office in his first term. They now have 60 nukes, yet we didn't do anything about it. We barely even talked about it. And North Korea is one of the most dangerous, unstable countries in the world. Why did we have no conversation about that at all? But we're having nitpicking about what percentage of enrichment Iran has made on a weapon they don't have and have no chance of getting anytime soon. The reason is because North Korea is not next to Israel. Almost the entire American foreign policy, and hence what the whole world talks about, is driven by the demands of Israel. Since Israel doesn't care about North Korea, they're allowed to have 60 nukes. Israel already has about 100 nukes. They're the most aggressive country in the Middle East. They've attacked most of their neighbors. They actually have a terrorism rate way worse than Hamas or Hezbollah or even Al-Qaeda. According to Israeli press, the IDF has an 83% civilian kill ratio. Out of 100 people that they kill, 83 are civilians. Hamas was terrible on October 7th and had a 67% ratio. IDF is far, far worse. So we have a terrorist regime that continues to expand its territory and attack its neighbors, and that is not at all a democracy, that has 5.5 million people, the Palestinians, that are not free, and they voted to say they will never be free. They will be forever oppressed by the Israelis. It is a super dangerous regime. But we're talking about Iran? We're talking about how Iran doesn't have nukes, doesn't even have nuclear facilities anymore, and is willing to stay in a civilian nuclear program like the rest of the world, whereas Israel says we are not willing to do that. We will not listen to any international law. We're a rogue state, and we will continue to have all these nukes. And then we're having this conversation as if Iran is some sort of nuclear threat. The whole thing's an illusion and a lie. Then since that can't be sustained, then Israel goes to things that are not doable because they want war. So then they say they should get rid of all of their ballistic missiles and that they should not be allowed to do the foreign policy that they want and fund those proxy groups, et cetera, right? Now, I don't want them funding those proxy groups, and I don't want them having a nuke. That doesn't mean that I'm going to start World War III over it and have America pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
But even more importantly, these are impossible standards. Literally no country on earth would give up all their ballistic missiles. And by the way, why do they not want to give up their missiles? Or why are they trying to build up leverage through their enrichment program? Because Israel constantly attacks any neighbor that is defenseless. They want them defenseless, and they set the impossible standards so that they can get regime change. And what they do is they install puppets in those Middle Eastern countries. If you're in one of those, I'm sorry, but a lot of your leaders actually work for Israel. And after they install the puppet and everyone is placated and everybody ignores the plight of the Palestinians, Israel goes back to bombing, taking land, acquisition, oppressing the Palestinians. So there is a real significant danger in the Middle East, and it's Israel, not Iran. Iran is a bad regime, but they're not threatening their neighbors anywhere like Israel is. They're not taking land like Israel is. They're not doing terrorism at the rate that Israel is. They don't have the nukes that Israel has. So it is super clear who the real danger is, but the whole world is having an illusion and a fake conversation about why we need to kill the Iranians on behalf of Israel.
Okay.
So that we can install a puppet regime for them. We don't need to do any of that. If Israel wants to do that, they're a maniacal in this. At this point, it breaks my heart, but I believe they're a fascist country. If they want to do that, I would hate it, but that's their business. When they say America must do it for us because we bribed almost all of your politicians, and it is true, legally bribed 94% of our Congress through the Israeli lobby, number one donor to Donald Trump, to Joe Biden, to Mike Johnson, to Keith Jeffries,
all right, Cenk.
Schumer, and they say you owe us a war, you owe us hundreds of billions of dollars, and that is obviously not true. I want the manipulation to end, and I want America to be free.
Okay, Doran, I'm obviously going to get you to respond to that. But first, because this feeds into a little piece of an interview I wanted to play you. So I'm going to do that first, and then I will throw the question to you, Doran, and get you to respond to Cenk. Because we heard from the US ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, speaking to journalist Tucker Carlson recently. His comments were explosive. I'm sure you all heard them. Here's a little segment of that interview.
I'm not going to let you off on this because you have said it 3 times that God gave this land to this people. And so it is entirely fair for me with respect to ask, what land are you talking about? Because I just read Genesis 15, as I have many times. And that land, I think it says, from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is, once again, basically the entire Middle East. So God gave that land to his people, the Jews, or he didn't. You're saying he did. What does that mean? Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
Okay, while the ambassador did clarify his comments, saying it isn't Israeli policy, nor did Israel want to take over the Middle East, he did leave the door open for further Israeli expansion. So, Doran, with that in mind and responding to Cenk, is Israel replacing Iran as the major regional threat?
First of all, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, it's simply absurd. Israel has not been developing regional proxies. Again, responding to Cenk is really not worthwhile because Cenk has an entire conspiracy theory. He just added another component. I've been adding it up over the week. So it's Epstein, it's the grooming clans. We've bought all the politicians in America, but now he added one that we've now bought all the heads of the Arab countries as well. Meaning, basically, according to Cenk, there's a little room with a dark light and a bunch of bearded Jews with hooked noses, basically drooling with blood, kind of horns that have controlled the entire world.
That's
I mean,
absurd.
This is an anti-Semitic trope. If you want to look at Israel, why don't we look at Israel? Why don't we look to see the number of Nobel Prizes Israel wins for science and medicine and law? Why don't we look for the ideal is, according to the United States Defense Department, which of course, according to Cenk, is completely bought, said that they have one model ally in the world, it's Israel. Why is that? Because we share our technology with the United States. The $3.4 billion, which is now going to be depleted to nothing, was shared with Israel, and the United States gets billions of dollars in technology in response. Israel is a country that produces literature. Israel's a country that teaches freedom. Israel's a country that if you walk into our universities, what you see in our universities is a number of Arab students that far outweighs their numbers in Israel. It's a fact. Our medical schools and our law schools are full of Israeli Arabs. So the idea that Israel's replacing Iran is absurd. I do want to say one thing, though. Israel is indigenous to the Middle East. There's no question. Israel's indigenous. My DNA, even Ashkenazi Jews that look like me, 50% of our DNA goes back to Israel. We are indigenous. And yes, we trace our roots back to God's command to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to the Bible. We lived in this land for 1,800 years before being exiled by the Romans. In fact, Jews have always lived in this land, and therefore we're indigenous. Now, I just want to make a point that in 1947, the United Nations reduced our territory and excluded the land of our little portion of Israel, which, keep in mind, was 0.5% of the whole Middle East, excluded Judea, meaning the whole area of Jerusalem, Hebron. And guess what we said? We agreed. We agreed to even give up on our biblical heritage. Now, maybe thankfully our enemies didn't agree. They attacked us in 1948, which Cenk says that we went out and attacked everybody. Read your history. 1967, Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran. We were attacked and we responded. There is probably no other country on earth that has more of a legal tie to their land, which they received as a defensive measure from defending themselves, than Israel has to that area. So no, we are not replacing Iran. Yes, we are indigenous, and the world should be coming together to stop Iran before it is too late.
We're almost out of time, so very briefly, Cenk, let me give you a response.
Yeah, so I explained in numbers and in great detail. So 100 nukes that Israel has, the 7 countries they've attacked, 83% civilian kill ratio, 94% of Congress they've donated to, legally bribed, #1 donor to Trump, Biden, etc. So instead of countering with facts, he just says, I will not respond to Cenk because he's talking about Jews with hook noses and... But nobody said anything about that. So he's talking, this is what they always do. You come at him with the problems of the Israeli government, and every government has issues. The Iranian government has issues, the American government, the Israeli government. They go, no, the Israeli government is holy and moral. It's the only government that doesn't have any issues. And if you accuse us with facts of the government doing something wrong, we're going to hide behind the human shields of Jews and Jewish Americans and try to call you an anti-Semite to end the conversation because you cannot argue on the facts. And so the reality is that's not remotely true. There's wonderful Jewish Americans throughout the country constantly fighting for peace and for justice, and they're wonderful. This has nothing to do with religion in that regard. Now, when we turn to the claim that Israel has some holy right to the land, look, again, that entire conversation is absurd and fake, because Muslims could also say we have a right to that land. Now we're at loggerheads. So what are we going to do? Kill each other forever over that supposed right to the land? What if the Mongols say, oh, because of my shaman religion, I'm owed half of China? Okay, are we supposed to take that seriously? Is that a real conversation? What else did, God whisper in your ear about how your government should oppress others and steal their land? That's not a serious conversation. That's a conversation of children. So, but Israel does that so they can say, hey, Christians in America, we're on your side. We're taking the Muslim land on your behalf for Christianity. We're the good guys. It's all a trick. It's the propaganda that we also saw in Germany. You can't do the kind of horrors that Germany and Israel have done without loading up an enormous amount of propaganda. The Germans said, Gott mit uns, God is with us. And Israel is literally saying, Gott mit uns, God is with us, and that is why we're allowed to steal this land.
John, I want to ask you the same question I've put to our other 2 panelists. Do you think there is a growing sense of unease, a growing sense that Israel is becoming a source of instability in the region? Or, as Doran is saying, do you think that that rests at the feet of Iran?
Well, I think there's no question that Israel is increasingly losing the battle for hearts and minds around the world. I think that even Israel's best friends would acknowledge that. And of course, its actions in Gaza since October 7th have played a large part in that. I know that there is a narrative in Israel of that, that it's constantly somehow under attack and simply defending itself. That it just simply does not bear scrutiny. It doesn't really hold up to the reality that people have been able to see with their own eyes. I think this conversation started with Mike Huckabee's comments, giving Israel carte blanche on biblical terms to take land from Egypt to Mesopotamia to wherever else. I haven't heard Doron's response to that. I would kind of love to know whether that is something that he would agree with, because I think for a lot of us who look at this and who try to be as fair as we can be, we see that in Israel is a country that constantly demands that its enemies recognize its right to exist, while also having never actually made clear where its borders end. It's a kind of a curious demand to make, to say, we're not going to tell you how big our country is or is going to get, but you have to recognize our right to exist. It's a little bit like if I sit down with you and share a pizza and I keep eating more and more slices of the pizza and I say, I'm going to keep doing this until you recognize my right to my share of the pizza, but I'm not going to tell you what that share is because I have to keep defending myself, because otherwise you're going to keep taking my pizza. That is in a nutshell the kind of Israeli argument when it comes to borders and recognition and this entire narrative. And I think that is kind of, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think that's kind of what Cenk is getting at.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Doron, a brief response to balance things out, and then we'll have to wrap it up.
As I said, the greatest proof is in looking what Israel said to the United Nations in 1947 when they offered Israel a piece of land that did not include the most important part of our biblical homeland. And the answer was yes, we accepted. And we did nothing whatsoever to try to go beyond our borders. In 1948, in May, we declared a state of Israel, and we were attacked by 7 countries, and our borders changed. In 1967, we were attacked by 3 countries after we publicly went on the record and asked them not to, especially Jordan, and our borders changed. We were attacked in 1973, in which we gave back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, even though they attacked us from the Sinai. Now, I want to remind all of us, I understand what you say, there's a narrative in Israel, John. Well, I can tell you, since I was down south in the morning of October 8th, this is not a narrative. I saw people hanging outside their cars. I saw dead women on their cars. I saw babies. I saw baby bottles. I saw blood streaming everywhere. I sat inside my bunker as 8,000 rockets came from Hezbollah. I sat inside my bunker when rockets came from Iran. I have had friends that have been blown up in the streets, and have friends that have gone on to try to defend Israel. Israel, we have established borders. The problem is, the reason why they're never fully defined is because our enemies do not respect our borders. What we keep saying is, respect our state to exist. Stop trying to attack us. We want to live peacefully in our own land. I don't know if you can find a single other country that you can get to say right now, I disavow that I will ever carry out an aggressive attack on Israel. Egypt won't say it, Jordan won't say it, and Iran certainly won't say it.
They're pretending that they're not occupying the Palestinians. Why don't you let them go? Why are you so evil and for 58 years say, no, I'm going to keep these as my human hostages? What's wrong with you? You've attacked all of your neighbors and taken their land. You're totally lying about self-defense. Israel attacked in 1967. Jews only had 6% of the land in 1948, and they aggressively took it by ethnically cleansing the Palestinians in the Nakba. Please stop lying to the world, and most importantly, stop lying to yourself.
All right.
Almost every cabinet minister, including Benjamin Netanyahu, has said that they believe in greater Israel, which is almost the entire Middle East, and we see them doing it with our own eyes, and this brother won't even define his borders.
Thank you, Cenk. We're out of time.
The 1967 borders, everybody would be thrilled. As safe and independent Israel.
Then why were we attacked when we had the 1967 borders?
But they won't do it.
We don't have time. We don't have time to launch into a new debate about borders and about October 7. Unfortunately, we need to keep it focused on Iran, and we are out of time. We are going to have to leave it there. It's an impassioned topic, such heated and insightful perspectives on all sides of the debate. So we really do appreciate all 3 of you bringing your diverse opinions, your expertise and your analysis to Counterpoints on such a difficult point of contention. Cenk Uygur, CEO and co-host of The Young Turks, retired Major Doron Spielman, former IDF spokesman, and Professor John Gazvinian, Iranian-American historian. We thank all of you for being here on our panel. And thank you for tuning in to that very heated episode of Counterpoints. I hope you enjoyed those diverse perspectives. Keep up to date on debates just like that one and other one-on-one interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and you can follow us on social media across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Mr. Blair, we heard so many pledges from the donors today on all walks of life, whether it's assistance, whether it's training the police, whether it's donations, etc. So what is the most urgent, you think, in your opinion, the most urgent need for Palestinians in the catastrophic situation we're seeing in Gaza?
I think the very first priority is, because we've raised a lot of money today, but to make sure that the urgent humanitarian aid that still needs to go in, and the shelters and medicine and healthcare for the people, that's probably the single most urgent thing, alongside obviously the agreement for demilitarization, because we want Gaza to be governed by the new committee, one authority, one weapon. We want people to be able to go about their lives in peace without being threatened by anyone. And once that happens, a really important thing to understand is that then the restrictions on stuff going into Gaza, which has been so difficult for people in Gaza over the years, then if there is demilitarization, disarmament, and a proper authority, those restrictions go, and the people are then free to live their lives as they want.
Can you do any reconstruction without the disarming of Hamas? This is a big issue for everybody. Who's going to do it? I didn't hear anything today to indicate who's going to do that job.
Well, we're hoping that the process of disarmament and decommissioning of weapons can happen by agreement. And the mediators that have delivered support of all the Palestinian factions for the 20-point plan, we're hoping that then, the same process can enable this disarmament to happen with the agreement of Hamas, that then can be, they can pursue a political agenda, but they've got to give up the violence that has done so much damage to people in Gaza. So our hope is that we can do this by agreement. That's what we want to have happen.
This administration's focusing on Gaza, and they talk about integration of Gaza within 10 years, as we heard from Mr. Kushner. But Arab Foreign Minister focused on the two-state solution. You've been leading, you played a leading role in that actually a few years back. So is this a first step towards a two-state solution, which the U.S. opposed to?
Yeah, so everyone talks about a two-state solution. But the reality is, unless we fix the situation in Gaza, and on the West Bank, by the way, because that is also extremely important, but unless we create the conditions in which Palestinian self-determination can be pursued in a peaceful and good way, we're never going to be able to make this two-state solution a reality. And right now, the important thing is not to focus on all the problems, but to look at how we can provide solutions for the people in Gaza. And the money that's been pledged today, and the new civil police force, and the stabilization force, and all of these countries coming together in support of people in Gaza. Okay, there are still massive challenges, but it's an amazing thing that everyone's come together in support of this plan.
In your estimation, how long will it take to see changes on the ground, for people in Gaza to see that there is hope? Whether it is the police force, whether it is rebuilding homes, whether Israel withdrawing, Israel still occupying half of Gaza.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right. The question is what happens on the ground, what happens in people's daily lives. And I'm hoping, within a short space of time, people at least see some change. Now, building Gaza in the way we want to see and the way that was set out today, that's going to take time. But at least in the short term, we can relieve the immediate problems of people. We can start the process of clearing the rubble and the ordnance. We can train the civil police, and we can at least begin the process of renewal.
Many people suspect that Mr. Netanyahu does not want to be part of this process, although he's been praised by speakers today. But in general, do you think that Israel can also derail the process as much as Hamas would?
Well, in the end, Israel's also agreed to the 20-point plan. And, the leadership of President Trump in this is pretty important because he's got a relationship with Israel. He's got a strong relationship with the Arab countries. And as you can see from the time he's given today, this is a priority for him. And I know from my own conversations with him that he is personally committed, not just to the security of Israel, that's important, obviously, but to the people of Gaza, to the Palestinian people. And, all of us who've dealt with this issue for so long, right, and initiative after initiative, they all failed and come to nothing. We're not sort of blindly optimistic. We understand there's massive problems. But at least this is a plan that, if it's implemented, gives us a chance to make things different in the future.
Mr. Ali Shaat is here representing the Palestinians, but also the Palestinian Authority is completely absent. Does not cast a shadow on this talk?
Well, look, we want to cooperate closely with the Palestinian Authority on all of this. They've obviously got a role to play. We need also to stabilize the position on the West Bank. And, they face many, many challenges there. And that we will come to also, I think, and hope in the next weeks. But this today was really about Gaza itself, the state of Gaza, and how we change it.
And finally, the first thing you want to do after this conference, when you go back?
I think begin the hard work. Building the capacity, for example, of the government in Gaza. Because, governing is not just about having a program, it's about having the capabilities and the people to implement it. So for me, that's the priority.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
French prosecutors are pushing to uphold a 5-year ban on Marine Le Pen holding public office, which could block her from running in the 2027 presidential election. But there's a twist. A French magistrate says 2 U.S. State Department advisors quietly met with her last year to discuss Le Pen's conviction.
Je voudrais vous raconter ce qui s'est passé dans mon bureau, puisqu'en fait, j'ai eu, à la demande de l'ambassade américaine à Paris, j'ai rencontré 2 émissaires de l'administration Trump qui sont venus. On devait avoir une discussion sur les droits de l'homme, comme j'en ai régulièrement avec des diplomates de pays alliés. Et assez rapidement, la conversation a tourné autour de la situation pénale de Marine Le Pen, avec l'idée de chercher des éléments auprès de moi et peut-être auprès d'autres personnes qu'ils allaient rencontrer, qui pourraient accréditer l'idée qu'il s'agirait d'un procès purement politique pour l'empêcher d'être candidate.
The officials reportedly believe Le Pen was treated unfairly and wanted to explore ways to suggest the trial was political, a view echoed by many U.S. conservative voices. The magistrate found the conversation so uncomfortable, she reported it to the French Foreign Ministry, warning it could influence public debate in France. The U.S. State Department confirmed the visit, saying in a message on X the trip was to reaffirm a shared commitment to free speech, democratic choice, and religious freedom, dismissing interference claims as false rumors. Still, if the allegations are true, it's a striking case of U.S. meddling in another country's legal system, raising fresh concerns about foreign involvement in French politics right as Le Pen fights her appeal and eyes a potential presidential 2027 run.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump gives a record-breaking State of the Union speech to Congress, but Democrats say he's offered no real solution to the nation's pressing challenges. Meanwhile, Iran looks to purchase Chinese-made supersonic missiles as military threats from the US continue. In the midst of regional tensions, Modi touches down in Israel to discuss defense and technology with Netanyahu. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex are in Jordan for a two-day visit focused on supporting refugees. President Trump has praised the American economy and his return to the White House in his State of the Union address. Speaking for approximately 1 hour and 48 minutes, the U.S. president repeated his mission statement to bring back the golden age of America. Take a listen.
Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. You've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
The bottom line is that I feel betrayed by my country. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it does need to return to the values that gave us our strength and humanity. If you want our leaders to be accountable, if you're devoted to the Constitution and the rule of law, if you want the United States of America to be worthy of your love, be ready to take this to the streets together, and we will take our country back.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined on Zoom by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz, who joins us all the way from Riyadh, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us from Surrey in the UK. Wissam and Isabel, it's great to both have you on the show with me this evening. Wissam, let's start with you because, of course, Donald Trump's much-anticipated blockbuster State of the Union address was last night. What were the highlights and reactions to what the president had to say in that speech?
Well, the blockbuster wasn't a deception for a lot of, or a disappointment for a lot of people. It was really what it was supposed to be. It was symbolic, highly theatrical, and very Trumpy. And it was the lengthiest, the longest speech, State of the Union in the history, modern history of America. And Trump did actually say something that was so dear to his heart. He said that we are in a turnaround economy, that he is now playing a historical role in turning around the economy of the biggest economy in the world, which is the United States, and that his country is stronger than ever. Of course, his opponents are far from believing this or believing that whatever he said was correct, but he was speaking in front of a largely surrendering Republican floor at the same time. But when it comes to geopolitics, when it comes to the big questions, when it comes to Iran, it was very concise, very short, maybe a couple of minutes for Iran, which, by the way, we as newsrooms around the world were bracing for a huge announcement, something that takes us, or that can be a little bit more conclusive on this big build-up of firepower around Iran. On immigration, he was stating what he was saying all the time. On tariffs, he was saying that his very own policy on tariffs is the reason why America and the stock market is doing so well again. These are the big moments of Trump within the lengthiest State of the Union. And on the other side, it was very, we have just listened to Robert De Niro, who was talking about this and speaking about what he called State of the Swamp, which is very ironic, knowing that one of Trump's earliest slogans was cleaning the swamp, which is Washington in his jargon.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. And a lot of analysts today, Wissam, have been picking up on that State of the Swamp event that happened. And a lot of people are saying there doesn't appear to be any democratic resistance at the moment to Donald Trump's White House and the Republican Party. And they just can't seem to galvanize that opposition against President Donald Trump. So lots of questions after we heard Robert De Niro speak there. But Isabel, Wissam did bring up the fact that Donald Trump touched on foreign policy. It actually took him an hour and 5 minutes to do so. Many of us weren't expecting that because foreign policy has dominated so much of a second presidency. But Iran is now accusing the US of spreading big lies after Trump's State of the Union address. What more do we know about what Iran is saying?
Well, Iran, even though Trump touched on them for about 3 minutes, still were hugely offended by what was said by Trump. And he did make some new allegations, even though it was long speech indeed. Some of the comments he made accused the Shia clerics of being the world sponsors of terrorism. He described them as spreading nothing but terrorism, death and hate. And he talked about them building these missiles that could soon reach the United States, which presumably is what they are claiming is the spreading of lies. He also said that his preference was to solve this whole issue through diplomacy. Now, there are obviously huge questions, and as Wissam was saying there, we were all sort of holding our breath. And in fact, we have been, haven't we, for several weeks about whether or not this will happen, whether there will be a big offensive in Iran. And, he hinted today, or last night rather, at regime change, but we're not really any clearer on what his policy is. What we do know is that, this year started off with an offensive in Venezuela. We've also seen his threats in Greenland. So when he's talking about diplomacy, I think it is fair to ask the question if that actually is diplomacy in the traditional sense of the word, or if actually that is about Trump weighing up a decision about whether or not there is going to be regime change in Iran, or if there is something that he can get out of this. Now, the third round.
Isabel, Oh, sorry, start again. We just appear to be having some problems with your connection, but I can hear you now.
Sorry.
No problem at all. We've got you back.
I'm out in the countryside here, and usually it's fine, but it can be a bit. I don't know how far I got into it, but essentially I'm saying we didn't know much more about what his policy was after that speech. But, looking at how his playbook has played out this year, there are concerns that when he says his preference is diplomacy, we're not really any the wiser of what that means. And it's not necessarily diplomacy in the traditional sense that you or I might expect it, where you've got high-level, career diplomats trying to negotiate things on a rule-based international order. His idea of diplomacy, as we have seen with Greenland and Venezuela, is to try and get something out of it to the advantage of his MAGA base at home in the United States. This America First approach, but also, very much pushing the boundaries on international law. So he will be exploring whether or not there is any advantage to him in this. At the moment, we know that there are a huge number of American assets and naval, and as a result, there are suspicions that this is very much like 2003, just before the invasion of the Gulf. But Iran have had their regime accusing the Trump administration of being like Goebbels from the Hitler era for spreading disinformation and lies, which doesn't bode well ahead of those talks in Geneva tomorrow.
Wissam, what would you like to say? Because I've just seen a line now breaking across the news wires that Iran's foreign minister has arrived in Geneva now ahead of those talks that Isabel was just telling us about.
Well, we know that whatever talks that will happen tomorrow in Geneva will be very, very important, because it's going to be the time when America could decide eventually whether this whole negotiation process is to lead anywhere, or whether they are actually giving the Iranians an offer that they cannot refuse, but they cannot accept, and that would lead eventually to war. Having said this, the core of Trump's policy remains non-interventionist. The voters of Trump, they don't want to see America get involved in wars. But at the same time, when you move two of your biggest warships to the region, the operation cost of these two ships is somewhere near $600,000 every hour, just for making it work. I'm not talking about the weapons or about the salaries, only to make these ships work. When you have 50 to 60% of your movable air power all engaged in one operation, you cannot just forget about it. He needs to get something out of it. Now it is building up. There is the possibility of war is still likely, but it's not, for sure, of course. And we do believe, and we were discussing this before we just went on air, that we are not sure if Trump has made his mind really about making this war. But at the same time, we know what he wants. We know his modus operandi. We know the pattern of what he wants. What he wants is being able to claim a victory very quickly, to say that I made something spectacular, that I obliterated my enemy, and that I can claim now that I'm a victor and I made something for the Americans, which I believe the Iranians are making sure right now to make him know very clearly that this won't be possible right now. And if he eventually waits that he cannot make what he wants, then it will be a much harder decision. Is he ready to go to 6, 7, 8 weeks of wars, or maybe 4 or 5, something that would make him much closer to his bases, to the elections, the midterms elections? This is a big question. And I guess the Iranians are playing this game exactly, dragging him into an area where making this war will be very, very costly. But in all cases, this actual state cannot stay forever. It has to be conclusive sometimes. You cannot keep all this fleet, all this firepower waiting without, he needs to get something in return, or it's going to be war.
Stay right there, because we're going to move on to another story now, which directly links to this. And reports claim Iran and China are close to a deal on supersonic anti-ship cruise missiles as the US continues to threaten an attack against Iran. The Chinese-made CM-302 missiles have a range of around 290 kilometers and can fly low and fast. If delivered, they would have the capability to strike the US naval fleet, currently currently deployed to the Middle East. So, Isabel, as I was saying, these stories directly link to each other. When did China and Iran actually begin talks on this deal? And what exactly does it entail? Because we also just spoke about the fact Iran's foreign minister has arrived in Geneva for those talks.
Yeah, well, look, it's really impossible to know the details. Reportedly, the deal has been in the offing for around 2 years, but we're not going to hear from the Iranian regime to confirm that, and we're certainly not going to hear that from China either. We know that Iran became increasingly concerned after their 12-day war with Israel last June, and they really wanted to try to finalize the deal. We know that these supersonic anti-ship missiles would be a game changer for them in the region, not least when they feel that they have, you know, the wagon circling, if you like. As you described, they're fast and low. They can be launched from far away, something like 290 kilometers. And this would really be a threat to US and allied assets in the region. And according to weapons experts, it would materially complicate operations completely in the Gulf and could be a game changer. So no surprises then. We've had increased sanctions announced today from the Trump administration on, I think it is around 30 individuals, but also on vessels and on possible deals to try and crush this, not only to stop them expanding their capabilities, but to stop them being able to sell oil and effectively put unbearable pressure onto Iran to bring them to the negotiating table. Now, obviously, when you've got the comments being made by Trump at the State of the Union address last night, you've got these sanctions being put in place. This does not bode well for those talks that are happening tomorrow. But I go back to my point before about what really is Trump wanting from this. And, you know, you look at how he's dealing with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and there, his solution, many people would say, is not a ceasefire, it's surrender from Ukraine. It's the ceding of territory. Look at what happened in Venezuela, and it comes back to what Wissam was saying about this short, sharp, headline-grabbing change by taking Maduro, but what's in place is somebody else from the same regime. It's not meaningful. And so there's no meaningful plan, I don't think, at the moment in relation to Iran. But what is certain is that they do not want them to get any stronger. Now, Trump is right in saying that, you know, it would be dangerous for them as a nuclear power to gain any more strength. And so, you know, a lot of people will be supportive of trying to stop this deal with China. But it is of a concern, and, you know, it's a one to watch. But as I say, at the moment, we don't know how many missiles, we don't know the financing terms, we don't know the timeline. We just, it also materially changes the involvement of China in all of this as well. And we just had our UK Prime Minister out in China, and we are seeing a mass. We don't have, again, as Wissam was saying, we were talking before we came on air, but we don't have traditional East and West axes anymore. It seems to be following the money, and, you know, Trump's calling the shots at the moment.
Yeah, Wissam, and let's pick up right where Isabel left. I mean, this China-Iran deal could have massive ramifications. Do we know what impact it could have on the current talks happening between the US and Iran? And is this a way of Iran posturing and having some leverage ahead of those talks?
Well, two little background points on this very interesting story. First, there is a thing between Iran and the ability to be able to destroy ships at sea. One of Iran's greatest moments, or what do they believe are their greatest moments, is when Hezbollah was able in late July 2006 to hit directly a mighty Israeli ship at sea that was called Sa'ir. It was one of the biggest moments of Hezbollah/Iran. And just 3 or 4 days ago, we heard Khamenei himself saying that America can well bring the biggest ships in the world to our surrounding, but they have to keep in mind that maybe we can sink these ships. And so this is very much into the psychology. Now, if China is to give Iran such a strategic leverage at sea, it will be a major shift in the Gulf deterrence. It won't be only with the Americans, but with all the other players in the Gulf, most notably the Arabs and the Saudis, which, by the way, were directly involved inner rapprochement and appeasement with the Iranians through the Chinese themselves. Second, we will have a much higher risk to choke points, which is the Hormuz Strait and the Bab el-Mandab Strait, which were in the last couple of decades the major, conflict points in this region. And at the same time, it will deepen China's involvement in very hardcore geopolitical terms, which I don't believe are really going for that right now. Let's not forget that the Americans, Trump himself, was not very mean with the Chinese. Okay, we have the tariff wars and everything, but on geopolitical terms with the Russians, with the Chinese, it wasn't an idea about West and East, like we're just saying. There is no more NATO, no more European Union, nothing. It's always bilateral. And a proxy warfare now in the region, China getting involved in this, won't be very beneficial for Beijing. But at the same time, if it happens, and if really we do believe that these kind of missiles, if they are to be sold to the Iranians, it's going to be right now, effective now. It's not that like the American deals, it's going to take years and to be delivered. So if it happens, it's a big game changer in the region, and it's going to be a bigger pressure on the Americans to make it as much conclusive as possible very soon.
Thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Israel as he looks to deepen relations between the two nations. The two leaders are expected to discuss AI and defence as tensions between the United States and Iran do rise. Take a listen.
For the last few years, India has been the fastest growing major economy in the world. Soon, we will be among the top 3 economies globally. At the same time, Israel is a powerhouse of innovation and technological leadership.
So, Wissam, we just heard there from Narendra Modi, who was addressing the Knesset a little bit earlier on his 2-day trip to Israel. What came out of day one of his visit?
Well, it's a continuation, if not an embodiment of this love story, if we can call it, between Modi's India, the Hindu nationalist India, and Israel, which is a big thing in the world right now. And from India's point of view, it's also something they use into the narrative of their rivalry with Pakistan and everything. And from Israel's point of view, also, it's very important. Let's not forget that India is the one country that everyone is trying to get close to recently. You have seen the French president, for example, in India. We have seen a lot of from everyone. Everyone wants India's favor. And apparently, it's because India is growing so fast. It is becoming, as Narendra Modi just said, one of the top 3 economies in the world very soon. The first day of Modi in Israel was warm politically, very clear warm relation with Benjamin Netanyahu. There was a clear focus on security, defense, and the two countries' favorite subject, counterterrorism cooperation. Also, we saw Modi's address to the Knesset. It was nothing short than historical, and in the context of the bilateral relation. Also, there was a very clear focus on technology, on innovation. 2 countries, one country which is the biggest country in the world when it comes to number of citizens, and a very small, strong player which is Israel, both sharing this vision about power through technology, through innovation, and through artificial intelligence. And all this, of course, comes within a geopolitical context. We know the Iran story and the Gaza story. It's all ongoing. And Israel has every benefit to have India on its side within this context.
Yeah, Wissam, you're absolutely right, because we saw that bromance between Macron and Modi, and then we just see that big hug between Modi and Netanyahu. Everyone's trying to get in India's favour. But Isabel, how has the global community reacted to Modi engaging with Netanyahu, given that he had actually condemned the October the 7th attacks. It's quite an interesting moment because he's also faced criticism at home, Modi.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of the first world leaders to condemn the Hamas attack, which in itself Indian foreign policy has changed, because up until Modi came to power, they had been, as a nation, very much sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, if you like. And Modi has much more been sympathetic to Israel. And, you know, whilst they still continue to officially support the two-state solution, there has been no mention of it since the conflict began on October the 7th. There's been no call for restraint. In fact, there has just been a deepening and a strengthening of their relationship. Unsurprisingly, that is controversial in the light of what we know has unfolded in Gaza. I mean, the International Criminal Court have an arrest warrant out for Benjamin Netanyahu. And there are, of course, people at home who are unsupportive in India of Modi's position. But it also has concerned Pakistan, because we know that the reason India is spending so much on intelligence sharing and strategic weaponry, particularly around military hardware, $1 billion a year, I believe, from Israel, this sort of Iron Dome technology, is because they had this short war with Pakistan last May. So Pakistan sees this as a threat to their security, this meeting an ongoing escalation, really, in terms of their relationship. But also, you know, you've got the United Nations, where we have been historically used to seeing India siding with those who have criticised Israel for humanitarian breaches, for overstepping the mark. And that has materially changed with Modi in power. And this is just a further demonstration of that strengthening relationship, really, you know, and it looks as though, certainly I would say, under the Trump administration, that, you know, Netanyahu's position has become less of a pariah. I mean, it's been a whole journey, hasn't it? Obviously, there was the initial condemnation after October the 7th, but there's been this sort of consensus, hasn't there, largely that they've gone too far, one that I don't think Trump shares. And clearly, Modi doesn't either.
And it's absolutely fascinating. Wissam, I don't know if you want to comment, but we have been on a journey, haven't we, Isabel, when it comes to Israel? Wissam, all yours?
Of course. What a journey, and it is still unfolding. But at the same time, there are major changes happening in the world, most notably in America. We also have to remember that the American angle on Israel is slightly changing under Trump. It's not Israel first, it's America first. And when it comes to, you know, big players like India, it has a different, it's about nationalism. It has a completely different dynamic. It's about interest, and it's about rivalry with Pakistan, which is, of course, a big Muslim nuclear nation, which is also seen very much as a threat in Israel. Let's not forget that Israel is also eyeing the fact that there is a certain Sunni powers, also Islamic Sunni powers, that are rising in the world, and not always very friendly with Israel.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there, and we're going to move on to another story now. And the Duke and Duchess of Sussex met children at a refugee camp and a hospital in Jordan as part of a 2-day visit. Harry and Meghan arrived in Amman for their first international visit together in 18 months. The pair are expected to engage with the World Health Organization and meet with teams that are coordinating food relief for Gaza from Jordan. Isabel, we haven't spoken about Meghan and Harry in a while, and they're back on the scene. What brings the Duke and Duchess of Sussex to the Middle East and the Gulf region, and of course Jordan?
Well, we've seen them, haven't we, ringside at basketball matches and things, but we haven't seen them doing this kind of, I suppose, what you'd call a sort of royal, what used to be a state visit when they still work for the royal family, but they haven't done this sort of trip, which very much mirrors the kind of humanitarian roles that they used to take on through patronages in the soft power of the royal family. But here they are at the invitation of the World Health Organization, and as you say, trying to shine a light on humanitarian issues. Jordan, a fascinating country in the Middle East that has taken a disproportionate number of displaced people from within its country, from beyond its borders as well, and has managed very impressively to tread a very peaceful path and manage to maintain good relations with the countries around it so far. So that's not a surprise that they've chosen to go to a country that's sort of seen as neutral. It also has a widely respected royal family there as well. But, you know, it's among the things they're doing. They're visiting a refugee camp, but they're also going to see medical evacuees from Gaza. And whilst they have been at pains to stress that this is a humanitarian visit, I think anything to do with Gaza will be seen by some as implicitly political and as taking a position. Obviously, they are very keen to be seen to be doing good, to be promoting mental health awareness for people who are displaced, all the sorts of causes that we'd expect them to be associated with. But from my point of view, I think it's just fantastic not to see Meghan, you know, repackaging crackers or filling up jam pots, but actually using her profile to do something really worthwhile on a global stage. I think it's great to see them out and about and doing something good.
And it was so interesting because I was just thinking about their visit and maybe how the royal family might feel about it, because they're currently facing a crisis at home when it comes to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And then we see Meghan and Harry on this trip to Jordan and the Middle East. So a lot of dynamics happening here. But Wissam, Harry's trip to the Middle East actually comes weeks after his brother, of course, Prince William, was in Saudi Arabia, where he met young female footballers in Riyadh. He also met the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. What does that tell you about the royals and basically their effect in the region?
Well, I have been following the trip of Prince William to the region, to Saudi Arabia, and I can tell you it was very successful in terms of media coverage, in terms of perception. He had some of the greatest photo ops he could ever possibly have in this region, especially in Al-Ula, also with young football players. It was perfect, and definitely it was much less of a controversy or a talk or a conversation starter like when you talk about Meghan and Prince Harry. So now we can see that the Sussexes have been involved in something with the World Health Organization. They were invited by Tedros Adhanom himself, and they are trying to do something good, as Isabel was saying, and this is very well. At the same time, it comes as the royal family probably had their biggest crisis in decades when it comes to Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the ex-prince, and they are trying to manage the image problem in many ways. Now, I don't see this visit to Jordan having any implications on this, but I can see that in Jordan and the Middle East, the Sussexes are facing a much friendlier ground and crowd than anywhere else in the world.
It's a school of thought, Wissam, if I may be so bold as to say, you know, as a Brit, you know, you talk there about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor being, you know, the biggest sort of scandal or threat to the monarchy in decades. I'd say in my lifetime, probably in centuries. And perhaps being unkind, you could say Harry and Meghan have sensed that actually people are beginning to think we're not the bad apples in the royal family. We're just a young couple trying to find our way. We're still doing good work out here. Actually, you know, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor might have perhaps changed people's perceptions of them, if that's not too ungenerous of me to suggest. It's a school of thought.
Well, that's really interesting to hear this from you as well. That's very interesting. That if you put things, it's very interesting, Isabel. If you put things in perspective, you are absolutely right. Whatever thing people have against the Sussexes, which is very tabloidy and very, you know, small talk, this looks really not very nasty compared to what we are talking about in the case of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
And they could actually conversely be an asset to the royal family, because as I was alluding to, I think there is a crisis of the monarchy at the moment. I think a lot of people are looking at whether or not taxpayers' money was used for, things that they shouldn't have been used for. And there are questions around that. And suddenly people might be thinking, I remember Harry. Harry's a bit of a legend, wasn't he? He could end up one day coming back into the fold. Who knows? But it's a really interesting juxtaposition, because whilst they're having this crisis at home, I don't think Harry's doing them any harm at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Fascinating. Go on, Wissam.
Do you mind if I ask a question? Maybe because, I can get the perspective of Isabel. So the common understanding in the UK right now about how the royal family and the king dealt with this crisis. Are people satisfied in general? Do you think, the reaction, what the king said, the reaction, was it what they expected?
Yeah, I can't possibly tell you what most people think, but I can tell you that I think there's certainly a mood that is supportive of the king. I think that his statement was pretty powerful, and I think most people understand that short of an act of parliament, they can't, he can't remove him from the line of succession. But I do think that people are re-evaluating their opinions. The fact that you're even asking that question goes to show it's up for discussion. Something that probably during the Queen's tenure, certainly in my memory, maybe there were more crises when I was little, but in latter years, there was nothing but fondness. So people are, making those calculations. And at the moment, I think that Prince William and King Charles are still commanding the affections of the nation, but that's not to say that might not change. Who knows what might come out of these investigations? And I don't think Andrew has done.
And I think, Isabel, one thing to say also, Wissam, just as we wrap up this conversation, I think many people were surprised the King's statement came out so swiftly after Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's arrest. Absolutely. I think a lot of people were waiting longer. You remember it was always never complain, never explain. And then all of a sudden there seems to be a change in the royal rhetoric that's been happening.
It was always too little, too late before.
Yeah, good argument. Yeah. But thank you so much.
Let me state clearly were his words. The law must take its course. Nobody is above the law. And that was really powerful. Not that long ago, the royal family were above the law, really. So, he played a blinder, really, for a terrible phrase, but, he did handle that very well. I should stress at this point, Andrew does deny all allegations against him and does not accept that he's been involved in anything at this point. And he hasn't been charged with anything. He was arrested and released.
Yeah, always said that he was innocent in all of this. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Isabel and Wissam have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Isabel, we're going to talk about yours because it's a new discovery a scientist has made about dinosaurs. I used to be absolutely obsessed with dinosaurs, so this is a great topic for me.
Well, apparently if you're obsessed with dinosaurs, that's a sign of high intelligence, and neither of my
That's not true.
So I was always worried by that fact.
It is true.
If anyone's ever watched Jurassic Park, you'll remember the sort of earthquake as the footsteps of the T-Rex made its way towards the sort of, the height of the film. But new research has revealed that actually they were very, very light on their feet. They collected lots of data around their anatomy, around their tracks, and also around bird movement, because the T-Rex actually resembles in many ways a bird of prey. And they now believe that the T-Rex actually walked around permanently, the 7-ton apex predator, on its tiptoes, which doesn't really play into the sort of kind of, Jurassic Park idea that we all have of this highly efficient and lethal, vicious dinosaur, that it was running around on tiptoes. But this new research has also revealed that they were faster than we previously realised. This is from the College of the Atlantic in Maine, United States. And they are 20% faster than originally thought, with a top speed of 25 miles an hour, which is 40 kilometres an hour. And apparently the positioning of their feet would actually have allowed them to balance the huge weight of their teeth, where they have these huge sort of banana-sized teeth, and obviously famous for their their crushing bite. And, you know, these animals were 40 feet tall. So it's always fascinated me, the T-Rex, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but this insight that they were actually running around on their twinkle toes does make me smile.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like a ballerina.
Yeah. But I think it's fascinating because, like you say, T-Rex has always been the thing that we're all scared of. You know, if you talk about Jurassic Park, you always imagine them to be really heavy on their feet. But I think it's more frightening that they're actually faster and they're more nimble than we ever expected, because that would have made them an absolutely deadly predator, as we know they were.
Absolutely.
And Wissam, I want to talk to you about your story, because it's all about this person called Chando Tan, and he comes from Singapore. He's gone viral, and I was told that we had to do this story because he's a good-looking man, apparently.
I mean, he's good looking, obviously, but he is looking very, very young for his real age. If you imagine this man that we are seeing now on the screen is 59 years old, and he just looks like someone who is 25 or 26. And he does say that he did not go through any medical procedures, nothing, only what he calls discipline in lifestyle, discipline in eating, and in sports. Now, we know, of course, about a very famous American businessman who is paying somewhere like $4 million a year to inject himself with the blood of his sons to stay young. And he does look very young. It's exactly the same case, which leads us to believe maybe this gentleman from Singapore is not being completely transparent about his protocol on youth. But, you know, wanting to be young is something I believe is legitimate, is universally accepted, and it's going to be a huge business very soon. It's going to be a $1 trillion business very soon. We're going to see clinics all around the world. Rejuvenation is the name of the game in the next decade or two. So people, they want to stay young, they want to stay beautiful, and I do believe this is legitimate and okay, as long as we accept that, you know, we also do die in the end. That will make the story a little bit less comedy.
But I would just say it is a privilege to age, and we shouldn't be afraid of getting old, because many people don't get the chance to. But I would add to that when I was pregnant, I never looked better. And I'm not talking about being skinny or whatever, but I just had that glow. People talk about the pregnancy glow. And there is this theory that the stem cells that are the fountain of youth, they are creating a baby within you, are the secret to looking young. So I do understand why there is so much multi-pound dollar research into stem cells and technology of injecting whatever it might be to keep you young, because my own experience was it was just transformative. When I was literally creating life, I genuinely looked younger.
Well, I can't reflect on that, but I would say something. I'm all about the rejuvenation game. If you know me, you know what I mean. Any doctor that can make me look younger, I'm basically going to them.
You know where I am.
Yeah, you know where I am. I've got the contact details. But I think it's so fascinating now, because when I look at how age groups shift, the age group I'm in now, when my mother was that age, they felt really old. But now we've got sports, technology, food, you name it, and, you know, some other help by other things, which I think is just fascinating. And it's really changing the game for how you can preserve your body, you can play sport, you can look after yourself. There's so much science behind it now. So it's going to be, I'll be all about the biohacking my age until I can.
But, you know, happiness is always the most important.
100.
Love it. I would just say the one thing
and
that
purpose will make us young and beautiful.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, well, Wissam's saying happiness and purpose, but Wissam, I will say something that I don't want to age disgracefully. So, you know, I can be happy. That's my purpose, to look young.
That's not happening anytime soon for you, Leigh Ann, that's for sure.
I would agree.
Oh, well, it's been so great to have you both on. Thanks to our guest this evening, Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz, who is in Riyadh, broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joined us all the way from Surrey in the UK. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye, good evening, and thank you for watching.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we'll be speaking to the younger brother of the late disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. I'll be asking Mark Epstein why he remains convinced that his brother was killed, and if he's so certain Jeffrey Epstein was killed, who he thinks would have had a motive to kill him. We'll be decoding President Trump's State of the Union address, plus we'll be discussing the case of one so-called ISIS bride, Hoda Mutana, who's an American-born woman who joined the ranks of the Islamic State group in Syria. We ask, why isn't she able to return to the United States? All of that to come. Hello and welcome. The shadow of the leaked Epstein's files seems to loom larger than ever. Nearly 7 years after the death of the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein inside a federal jail cell, the official ruling of suicide is deemed to be incredulous by some and has generated numerous theories. Well, now, as more documents surface and scrutiny intensifies, we're going to speak directly to his younger brother, Mark Epstein, who claims new autopsy details will prove that his brother's death in a federal prison in August 2016 wasn't suicide. Rather, he says his brother was killed. Well, we're joined now by Mark Epstein, who is an American property developer and the brother of the late Jeffrey Epstein. He joins us from the United States on the line. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Mr. Epstein. It's been nearly 7 years since your brother was found unresponsive in his prison cell, and you remain convinced he did not take his own life. Why do you say that?
Well, first, let me be clear. When I first heard that Jeffrey was found dead from the parents' suicide, I had no reason to doubt that. I fully accepted that he committed suicide. I thought that he was potentially facing a long time in jail. I know he wouldn't want to live that way in jail as a convicted pedophile. He had no children to worry about. Our parents were gone. He was single. So I just assumed he decided to take himself out. And I sort of respected that. But then the next day, I had to come back to New York to identify his body. And I did. So he is dead. And they did an autopsy. And the two pathologists that were there, which was Dr. Kristen Roman, who is the city pathologist who was charged with doing the autopsy, and Dr. Michael Barden, who we had there, we being me and the estate, had him there just as a precaution. They came out of the autopsy and they both concurred that this looked more like a homicide than a suicide. So they wouldn't call it a suicide. And on the initial death certificate, which we had to get that day in order to claim his remains, under cause of death, it said pending further study. So then you start wondering, well, what's going on here? You know, the two very highly qualified pathologists are saying this looks like a homicide. And that does not appear in the Justice Department reports. They neglect to mention that. And then a few days later, the chief medical examiner, Barbara Sampson, she calls it a suicide. Now, let me be clear. Barbara Sampson never saw Jeffrey's body. She wasn't at the office that day when they did the autopsy. So we don't know what she's basing her opinion on. Now, I've spoken to many pathologists, and they all basically agree that when an initial death certificate says pending further study, it usually takes weeks or longer to get a determination because there's going to be some kind of an investigation. They're going to study it further. But that doesn't appear to have been done here. Right. And then Bill Barr, the Attorney General of the United States at the time, came out with a ridiculous statement saying that he personally saw the videotape from outside of the tier, through that night, and he saw that nobody went in or out of the tier, and that convinced him it was a suicide. When I heard that, I knew that this was some sort of cover-up for a couple of reasons. First of all, when he said that, it makes you believe or makes you think that he can actually see the door to the tier in the videotape. Okay? Now, with the recent release of the videotapes, you see you cannot see the door to the tier, and it's been shown that somebody could easily get to that tier and leave from that tier without being caught from that camera. So just what was Bill Barr talking about? Also, we've seen the orange blur something going up the steps towards the tier, during the night. So again, what was Bill Barr referring to? And the other part that made me realize this was a cover-up was because he completely neglected the possibility that there was another inmate on the tier already that could have harmed somebody and who would not have to go and come from the tier. So for the top law enforcement official of the United States to neglect the possibility that Jeffrey was killed by somebody already on the tier doesn't pass the laugh test. Okay. Now, since Bill Barr's testimony is worthless because it's based on nonsense, and Barbara Sampson's conclusion is also based on thin air, well, that's why they're calling it a suicide, based on those two determinations. Also, by calling it a suicide early, it stops any investigation. Because if it's truly a suicide, there's really nothing to investigate. Because in a suicide, there are two questions. It's how and why. And the how is usually pretty obvious when you come across a suicide victim. If they're hanging from something, well, they hung themselves. If they're laying in a pool of blood with a gun next to them, they shot themselves. If they're splattered on the sidewalk, they jumped from the building. There's really very little mystery in a suicide. So they decided to call this a suicide and close the case. And all the other investigation they've been doing is about the errors that went wrong in the prison, the guards didn't fill out the paperwork, and that kind of nonsense. Nothing about a potential homicide. And when it's proven, and it will shortly be proven, that he could not have committed suicide, the way they say, well, then we need to have a full homicide-capable investigation done.
Let me stop you there, because you say he didn't commit suicide the way they said he did. What did they say he did, and why did he not commit suicide that way?
Okay, well, there's a group of pathologists who decided to take this up, and they're not doing it on my behalf. I'm not paying them. They realized that this wasn't right, and they've asked me to give them all of the medical records from the autopsy. I've given them the complete file that I have, including all the photographs. And they've determined that he could not have committed suicide because of the damages on his body. And their report is being peer-reviewed and will be released. It's a very scientific paper. There's all kinds of, incidents. Like one of the first things that came out was the groove on Jeffrey's neck, which was left by whatever ligature was left around his neck. It's not the right angle. If you're hanging with your body weight on the noose, that noose rides high up under your chin, under your mandible, and goes up towards the back of your ears and behind your head. Well, the mark on Jeffrey's neck is more in the middle of his neck. It doesn't have that high upward slope that it should in a true hanging. And they've compared Jeffrey's ligature mark to others, all kinds of reports in scientific journals. And it shows that he could not have been hanging the way they said. Because they said, we were trying to find out for 4 years what position he was in when they found him. And we weren't able to get that. And then finally, in the Justice Department report, they stated that when he was found, he was in a seated position with his legs extended in front of him. And when he was cut down or torn down, that's still not sure, that his buttocks was an inch and a half off the ground. Okay, so if you can picture somebody hanging like that, and Jeffrey's size, there's about 20 pounds of weight on his feet because his feet were extended out. The rest of his body weight, and he weighed about 180 pounds, was hanging by the neck. That ligature mark should be high up on his neck. And we also know from the autopsy that he was dead for at least 2 hours before they found him. He was described as already being, cooled down, and rigor mortis had started. So, all these attempts to try to make it look like they were trying to resuscitate him, sort of like, why? I mean, these were trained people. They should have known that there was no coming back for him. So it's like a whole charade was taking place. Also, the medical examiner, Dr. Kristen Roman, who did the autopsy, we recently, in the release of papers, got her deposition. She was questioned after the fact, and she stated that she was told not to take DNA evidence off of Jeffrey, and she was prohibited from going to the crime scene in the prison, which is very unusual. Usually the medical examiner has full access to crime scenes. As a matter of fact, when Jeffrey was found, they took him from the cell to the infirmary, which is against all protocol because, like I said, he was clearly dead when they found him. They were supposed to leave him there until the medical examiner's office showed up, but they moved him. And then afterwards, the FBI went in and destroyed the crime scene. So there's no record.
Okay, so
there's just too many questions.
A lot of red flags.
If this was a suicide, it would be simple. It would be very simple. But there's so much, hiding of facts. And, I recently asked for the complete medical file from the medical examiner's office. I had gotten a partial years ago. And we have documentation that the Justice Department told them not to give me the whole fact. They wanted to redact it. They wanted to see what I was getting. Why? There's all these questions come up, all these red flags, as you said.
Right. And, I mean, you went into that room at the mortuary, I presume, to identify your brother. I mean, a harrowing experience, I can imagine. But you went in there, just to be clear, with the view that you thought it was perfectly conceivable that your brother had committed suicide. That was your premise when you went in there. But it was when you went there, you saw the evidence and you spoke to the experts. That's when you started to say, hang on, this doesn't sound like it adds up. Is that correct?
Well, that's what they said. I had to identify his body. I was out of New York when I heard about his death. I was actually, the government said in their report that they notified me of his death. They did not. I heard about it while I was having breakfast. I heard it on CNN. The television was on. I was at a hotel. And I see my brother's picture on the screen, and it says he was found dead from an apparent suicide. So I accepted that, like I said, and assumed that that was the case. I had no reason to doubt it. So then I had to go back to New York the very next morning, and yes, I identified his body. And then they took him, they did the autopsy, and they came out, what was a couple hours later or something. And they said that they couldn't call this a suicide because it looked too much like a homicide. And that's when I started questioning. It wasn't me that started to question. It was the two highly qualified pathologists who said this doesn't look like a suicide.
And there'd never been any sort of indication before that, or your brother had never indicated his life was perhaps in any danger?
Not to me, no. I did not speak to Jeffrey after he was arrested. While he was in jail, I didn't speak to him. The last conversation I had with Jeffrey was the night before he got arrested. He was in Paris, and he flew home, and the next day in, he got arrested. So when he called me, it was a Thursday night. It was just a normal brother-to-brother, what's new kind of telephone call. And he was fine. There was no indication. And when he got arrested, his attorneys called me and told me that he was arrested. They said they had no idea this was going to happen.
Right. So it took you were presumably startled when you got that news, when you saw that news and found out for yourself on the television. It didn't sound like this was in any way something you saw coming.
No, absolutely not.
If this was a homicide, an assassination, I mean, we'd have to assume, wouldn't we, this was coordinated at a very high level of government, given where your brother was, i.e. in a federal prison.
Yes, absolutely. You have to, like I've said before, there may have been a lot of people or a number of people that might have wanted to see him dead. But then you have to filter that list by who would have the ability to orchestrate this. You know, it's a very complicated thing to do. And then to have the DOJ cover it up. Who would have the ability to do that, to pull that off? That's a much smaller list.
Right, and who would have the motive?
Yeah, well, like I said, there might have been a lot of people with motive, but who would have the ability to actually do it, to have it done?
So you've brought in Dr. Michael Barden, who's a former New York City chief medical examiner, and I'm wondering whether he's unearthed anything in recent
Well,
weeks.
yes, he's convinced that this was a homicide.
Right.
He's always stated that after the autopsy. He was, but he can't say it conclusively because the crime scene was destroyed.
Right. And
he's a very thorough guy, and he's very accurate. He's not going to shoot from the hip. You know, if he got to see the crime scene, then maybe he can say with 100% certainty that it's a homicide. But because he didn't have all of that information, he won't say with 100% certainty. But the new series of pathologists that are properly studying the autopsy results, they'll be able to say with 100% certainty that it wasn't a suicide.
I mean, when we talk about governments, I mean, it wouldn't necessarily have been the US government. Could it have been a foreign government or an agency of a foreign government?
Well, how could they orchestrate this to take place in a U.S. federal prison without the U.S. government being involved? And then again, you have the U.S. Department of Justice obviously covering this up. And then you get more recently, well, first of all, in the recent congressional testimony, under oath, Bill Barr, when he was questioned about Dr. Barden's opinion, he said Dr. Barden came after the fact. That's bullshit, if I could say that online, because Dr. Barden was there for the entire autopsy. He didn't come after the fact. It was actually Dr. Roman, the chief medical examiner, who called it a suicide. She came after the fact because she didn't see the body. Now, it's important to point out, you mentioned it, Dr. Roman at the time was the chief medical examiner of New York. Dr. Barden is a former chief medical examiner of New York. He's a very highly qualified, doctor. So you have the former chief medical examiner who saw the body, who was there with the autopsy, and he says it looks like a homicide. And then you have the then current chief medical examiner who didn't see the body, calls it a suicide. Well, whose opinion would you value more?
Right, and in terms of the kind of the who and the why, in terms of who was behind this and why they would have a motive to kill your brother. I mean, there are these suggestions your brother was working for a foreign government. I mean, does that sort of ring true at all to you?
I have no idea of that. Jeffrey never mentioned anything about that to me. I didn't know much about what he did. And when we spoke, it was usually just telling each other funny stories, and I kept them abreast of family issues. So I didn't know what he did. I didn't know, I'm not mentioning any complaints or nobody knows me. Most people didn't know Jeffrey had a brother, but when he was arrested and I put up my house to help him try to get bail, that's when it became known that I was existed. So, like I said, most people didn't know Jeffrey had a brother. Years ago, before this took place, about a dozen years ago or so, I met Bill Clinton. And nothing to do with Jeffrey. And I mentioned that I was Jeffrey Epstein's brother. He was surprised. He didn't know Jeffrey had a brother, so people didn't know me.
Okay. I mean, I think you've said, and do correct me if I'm misquoting you here, but I think you've said previously that your brother had, quote, dirt on powerful people. And I think this was with reference to the 2016 election. What
yes,
do you think?
That's what Jeffrey told me. Well, Jeffrey, I don't know what dirt he had, but at the time he told me that if he said what he knew about the candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. It's exactly what Jeffrey said to me. Like I said, I don't know what he knew. He didn't tell me. Because we were just chatting. The election was coming up. I asked him what he thought was going to take place. And he said he didn't know, but he quoted, if I said what I knew about both candidates, they'd have to cancel the election.
Right, and just to remind our viewers, 2016, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump going head-to-head, and your brother, you're saying, was saying he had dirt, quote-unquote, on both of them.
That's what he said.
Weren't you curious to say, to find out, what was he referring to?
No, actually, I was not.
Okay. I mean, there are all sorts of conspiracy theories, all sorts of ridiculous theories that have done the rounds. I'm sure you've seen lots of them. I mean, what's been your reaction to the torrent of news? I mean, it's really something unprecedented, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. The size of the circle he was in and the people he was dealing with. I was unaware of the scope of it. I knew some of the names, but not all of the names. I mean, it's pretty astounding. And what the effect of one person is having around the world now.
It is, and I mean, to be his brother, there's 18 months apart. I mean, that must be really quite something to carry. And he's been dead for 7 years, and instead of closure, it just seems to go on and on and on, this story, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but that's okay, because I don't want to let it die until we get an answer.
Are you going to?
Because I don't want the people that did this to just feel that they got away with it. So I want to keep I don't mind. And it's not just me. There's a lot of people now who are starting to realize, who are starting to listen to what we've been saying, and they're realizing that this was not a suicide. Many more people are starting to ask questions.
Right, and I mean,
even have members of Congress now saying that Jeffrey didn't commit suicide.
Yeah, and the fact the CCTV, the closed circuit television security cameras don't seem to have captured anything. I mean, does that sound to you like the biggest of all the red flags?
Well, that's one of it. But what you don't know, and what most of the public doesn't know, is that the fire alarm system was also inoperable that day. Okay, and the fire alarm system controls most motion sensors and some doors. That was made inoperable. And as far as videotapes, again, what's not really public out there yet, but it's in the files, is that the FBI swapped out hard drives, and in doing so, they lost a lot of information, and they were told that they would lose information if they swapped out the hard drives when they were doing it, but they did it anyhow. There's documentation for that.
Right. And, I mean, you're going to keep pushing this, aren't you, until you get to the truth. Do you think we will get to the bottom of this?
I don't know. We're still not certain about Kennedy's death, and that's, about 60 years ago. So we'll see what happens. But what's happening with a lot of the government people, it's sort of like, I don't know how old you are, but the Warren Commission report about Kennedy's death, to investigate Kennedy's death, no matter what they heard or what they saw, they had a foregone conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald was the sole shooter and acted alone. Well, now we know that that's not the case, but we don't know all the details because the Warren Commission report was supposed to be sealed for 50 years, and that was in 1965. So in 2015, it was supposed to be revealed, and it still has not been completely revealed. Another 11 years later, 10, 11 years later. So it's like with Jeffrey, whatever they hear, whatever we put in front of them, these, quote, DOJ, the powers that be, still keep calling it a suicide against all, it doesn't pass the laugh test with the facts that we have.
Sure. I mean, just to bring...
And when this report comes out, it'll be even less funny.
Sure. I mean, you say more, if more comes out. Sorry, what did you say there?
Yeah, well, when the report comes out from the proper investigation, the proper study of the autopsy results that shows that he did not commit suicide, well, then the only thing left is homicide. I've said there's only 3 ways to die: suicide, natural causes, or an unnatural death, being a murder or an accident. Okay, so we know Jeffrey didn't die of natural causes, so take that one off the table. And we know he wasn't hit by a bus, so it wasn't some accidental death. So it leaves either homicide or suicide. And when they find out, when the reports come out that it was not a suicide, well, that just leaves a homicide. And then it should be properly investigated as a homicide.
What's your hunch? Where does suspicion lie?
Well, I don't speculate. I only stick to the facts. I've said that for 6 years already. I won't speculate. But I'll ask you the question. Okay, we know that Jeffrey was killed. And we know there were people that might have wanted him dead. But then you have to filter that list down to who could have pulled this off and have the DOJ and FBI cover this up. You know, I started saying before, in the recent testimonies, Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, when he was asked, he said, you know a suicide when you see one. And I actually laughed out loud at that ridiculous statement because, number one, how many suicides has he seen? That's question number one. And number two, he didn't see Jeffrey's body. He wasn't around there. He didn't see the crime scene. So what is he basing that asinine opinion on?
Just to bring our conversation to a conclusion, Mr. Epstein, I mean, it has been an extraordinary and clearly tumultuous 7 years for you. And even the last 7 days have probably been extremely tumultuous and clearly brought a lot of memories back. There's been a torrent of news, as I said. I mean, what's been your reaction to this flood of news, the falls from grace that go from top to bottom, left to right across the world?
Well, to be honest with you, it hasn't really affected me very much. If there are people that are going to get into trouble, as we've seen, like I said, I don't want to be cold about it, but that's not my problem. I wasn't involved. I didn't know them, and that's their problem to deal with. So I don't let it bother me, because if I did, there's just too much to be bothered by. So I'm only focused on the circumstances of Jeffrey's murder. That's what my attention to.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Mark Epstein, the brother of the late financier Jeffrey Epstein. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Okay, thank you for your interest in this matter. Okay.
Thank you. Now, the US President Donald Trump delivered the longest State of the Union address in history last night, running to nearly 2 hours. Well, he touted economic growth and a rising global profile, declaring the United States is entering a golden age under his leadership. Let's take a listen to his opening statements.
Hello, Americans. Our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
President Trump speaking there. Well, on the subject of foreign policy, the president repeated a warning to Iran, hinting at potential new strikes unless Tehran directly states it will not pursue nuclear weapons. Let's listen in.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Well, the president didn't shy away from touting his hardline immigration policies, calling the Somali community pirates once again. And that drew shouts from the Democratic representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, who labeled the president a liar.
The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, let's get more now. I'm joined by BJ Martino, who is a Republican pollster and president and CEO of the Deterrence Group. He joins us now from Virginia in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. That was the longest ever State of the Union address delivered by President Trump last night. He hailed what he said were massive achievements during those 107 minutes. Some people called it a combative State of the Union address. What tone do you think the president wanted to strike?
Well, first and foremost, if there's any questions about his endurance, he put those to rest with that address last night. But the tone he struck was one going into midterm elections in which Republicans are going to be defending their majorities in the House and the Senate. And he did a couple important things. First and foremost, he reminded voters of some of the economic accomplishments of the last couple years, including things that are going to be coming up, especially as we approach tax time. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. And it's going to be important to remind voters that these things they're feeling during tax time and seeing in their tax returns are all thanks to what Republicans have accomplished. The second thing he did is set a very modest agenda for this year. It is a midterm election year. You don't expect a lot to get done in Congress this year, but he put a couple things in Congress that he said are his priorities. And then finally, the combative tone. Yes, he held Democrats' feet to the fire. He reminded voters about what things were like under the Biden administration, and clearly highlighted the fact that Democrats' agenda is to take things back to the way they were. And you can see this in a lot of the polling data that exists in terms of trust for parties on the issues. Democratic favorability, Democratic trust is lower than that of Republicans right now. And setting that contrast, establishing that are all things that are setting up successes for Republicans in midterm elections. So that combative tone was not one about needing to have great legislative accomplishments this year. It was setting up the campaign fights that are to come.
Okay, I mean, we heard President Trump in that address saying things like, our nation is back. This is the hottest country in the world. We are doing really well. But do you think all of that is felt by ordinary Americans? I mean, is that how people on Main Street would see things, do you think?
There is a lag, and you see this in polling, and I've been doing this for 25 plus years now, that voters' personal feelings about the economy and how they are experiencing it tend to lag behind a lot of the economic indicators. Voters aren't sure that things are better. It takes a few months, up to 6 months oftentimes, for voters to catch up to where those indicators are telling us that things are. So it's not surprising. And it's that not only that the president is touting these things, but it's not surprising that voters' attitudes quite aren't lagging behind where the reality is. It does put Democrats in the unenviable position of having to root against the economy over the next 6 months leading into the fall, whereas the Republican mission is going to be continue to talking to voters about accomplishments, telling them that when good things happen that they feel, such as in their tax returns, that remind them that that is thanks to Republican accomplishments. But also listening. It is going to be important for Republicans not to get too far out ahead of where voters are. It's totally appropriate for the president to be out in front and cheerleading. But when talking to voters, every Republican has to understand that voters aren't quite there yet.
Right. I mean, according to the polls I've looked at, President Trump's approval rating looks like it's hovering around the 40% mark. Perhaps you've seen some different polls. If you have, let me know. Is that something to be worried about for the GOP going into these midterms?
Well, there's good polls and bad polls, and the average right now is around 43% for the president, and his normal watermark is about 45. So we're within range of that. I think the important thing going into these midterms is not necessarily where he is here, but where is those image ratings and that job approval going to be in the mid to late summer, once voters have begun to feel some of the in their own lives the economic benefits that are coming their way. I think for Republicans, it's also about making sure that the base, who is still very foursquare behind the president, is energized going into these elections. So a lot of what you heard last night was not just about talking to those middle who aren't unsure, maybe unsure or slightly disapproving of the president right now because of some of those economic feelings, but it's also making sure that the Republican base is energized and understands the stakes that are at play and is motivated to turn out when we get to the fall.
I'm sure you were watching that State of the Union address, or most of it, given that it was pretty long, wasn't it? It got quite rowdy at some stages as well. There were cheering Republicans, which I suppose is normal, heckling Democrats. I mean, is that new? Has American politics entered a new phase, or has it always been a bit like that?
It's always been a bit like that, not necessarily in the State of the Union. There have been events in the past, but I think that underlines, the nature of where our politics is in the country right now. It is going to be rowdy, and the president feeds on that. He didn't shirk away from continuing to deliver his lines when you had Ilhan Omar and others screaming back at him from the seats. I think that actually ultimately shows voters and shows our base again how passionate the president is about this, and ultimately will become a good thing for our base going forward in the elections.
Okay, and going back to those elections, we've got, 7 months to go until, a bit less than 7 months till the midterms. I mean, are you sort of the view that the GOP is going to manage to maintain its control of both houses of Congress?
Well, certainly history suggests that the party in power loses seats. That hasn't always been the case, but historically, that is the fact. It is going to be a challenge in the House, and we certainly have work, and there are a number of seats at play right now. But Republicans have a story to tell. They have accomplishments to tout. And it's not only accomplishments that happen at the federal level in terms of legislation, but it's accomplishments that these members have been doing and working for their folks back home. And I think you're seeing a lot of Republican incumbents in particular talk about the impacts they have had for their district, not just with legislation, but bringing home different projects, working for their constituents. So you're going to see all of that in these elections. The Senate, as opposed to the House, is in better shape for Republicans. Some Democrats say there's some opportunities there, but all the numbers suggest the Senate's in a lot better shape. But the House is going to be competitive going into the fall. And the president really was launching the campaign season with that speech last night, and in many ways giving Republicans a roadmap for how to go and talk to voters. Talking about those accomplishments, particularly with the economy as voters begin to experience them. Go in and say, we have a couple more things that we're doing. The job's not over yet. We're still working on some of these issues. And then finally, delivering the contrast that the alternative is going back to the way things were in 2024 and reminding them how you felt under Biden. And that's the direction Democrats want to go. So in many ways, the State of the Union, when you see that sort of combative nature, when you see that tension in the gallery and the give and take from those in the seats, just because this was a campaign speech. This was launching really the campaign season. And we're going to November. It's a little under 9 months right now, although early voting and absentee voting starts the process a little bit early. But this is the kickoff. This was the kickoff of the 2026 campaign season for real that the president delivered last night.
Yeah, indeed. It is 9 months, not 7 months. It's, of course, in November. Thank you very much indeed. BJ Martino, Republican pollster, thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, let's get more now on President Trump's State of the Union address, in particular the references he made to Iran during that address. We're joined now by David Sidney, who is the former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President Obama. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Foreign policy issues in the State of Union address don't usually get too much attention, do they? But do you think it's fair to say that Iran was the main focus when it came to foreign policy matters in that address?
Well, I think it's fair to say that Iran got some mention, but in fact, most people in the United States, certainly analysts of foreign affairs, were very disappointed at how little Trump said, how vague what he said was, and that he didn't really give any indication of why he had amassed such a large force in the Middle East and what the triggers might be to use that. Earlier on that same day, Secretary of State Marco Rubio conducted a closed-door briefing of the 8 key leaders of the U.S. Congress, the so-called Gang of Eight. Coming out of that, Senator Schumer said that if President Trump is going to do anything, he's going to have to explain it to the American people first. A lot of people thought he was going to do that last night. He didn't. There was really nothing in there to assuage the concerns of many in the United States who feel that President Trump doesn't have a clear objective, doesn't really know what he's doing when it comes to the Iran relationship. So I think his remarks last night left more questions than they gave answers.
Yeah, I mean, he said his preference is for diplomacy. He also accused Tehran of having sinister nuclear ambitions. But beyond that, you're saying no other clues as to where things might head to from here, not even in his tone?
Not that I or anyone that I know of or have read about can see. But we do have these talks tomorrow with his special envoys, his son-in-law and his friend Steve Witkoff. The Iranians have said they're going there ready to negotiate. So I think we'll just have to see what comes out of those. The Iranians, of course, objected to the way President Trump characterized Iran as a terrorist state and having nuclear ambitions, but that was sort of pro forma back and forth. I didn't see anything new either in what Trump said or the Iranian response so far.
We're in a situation where there are 2 aircraft carrier groups that have been deployed to the region. One's arrived, one's about to arrive. Do you think it's an option for President Trump to have deployed that amount of hardware and then not use it?
Oh, I think it's very much an option. President Trump will not want to use force, especially as in this case, as he has reportedly been warned by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that there would be U.S. casualties if there was such an attack. And so far, President Trump has been very fortunate. His overseas adventurism has not led to American casualties. So if an attack did take place and there were serious casualties, he faces a big attack from his right-wing base that don't want any foreign involvements. So he really does not want to use this force, but he wants to use it to try and intimidate Iran and get some kind of better deal. But again, it's not really clear what that deal means, what that deal would entail and how it would be carried forward. So we will have to really see what happens on Thursday. I will point out that President Trump said the other day that he had a deadline of 10 to 15 days. President Trump's past behavior is that whenever he sets a deadline that is squishy, like 10 or 15 days, it always gets extended. So I think that we will see a lot more play out before there's any military action by the United States.
But just drawing on the fact that there was a deal in place, the JCPOA deal that was struck just over a decade ago. I mean, what would President Trump have to extract from the Iranians by way of concessions for him to be able to then step back from the military option?
Well, President Trump, of course, pulled out of the JCPOA when he was elected the first time and made clear then and continues to make clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. The Iranians' position has been that their nuclear program is for civilian purposes and that they have no intention, and the Iranian foreign minister repeated this yesterday, they have no intention of building a nuclear weapon. But all the intelligence is that what they are doing creates the building blocks for that. So it would have to be for Iran to give up some of its nuclear material, I think, maybe all of it. It might have to submit to very intrusive inspections by the United States, not by the IAEA, which President Trump does not trust. So it would be a very heavy lift for Iran to go with that level of derogation of its sovereignty that would be required to satisfy President Trump. And I think that's been the key so far. Iran has not been willing to be as open as possible. But the regime is under a lot of pressure, not just from Iran, from the U.S. military, but also from the demonstrations in the streets, the continuing fallout from their killing of thousands of their own citizens. This is a country where many of the people who are demonstrating against the regime are calling on the United States to attack. There are students who are saying, we want the United States to bomb the regime. So this is a complicated situation for the Iranian leaders to try and navigate.
Right, and President Trump will have been taking into consideration the opinions of people like the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who have made no secret as to what their preferred course of action would be. I mean, there are those in the administration as well, Iran hawks, who say it's now or never. Now is the time to be doing this and to be taking military action. How loud are those voices, do you think? And do you think President Trump will be taking those opinions well into consideration?
Well, those voices are very loud. Senator Graham from South Carolina is perhaps the loudest one, but there are others as well. As you say, Iran hawks who believe we should take some action. The problem that the Iran hawks have is they have no real solution as to what comes next after a major attack by the United States. There's no intention of putting U.S. troops on the ground. There's no intention of assuring that any follow-on regime, if this regime were to fall, would be any better. It might be a worse regime. So they have a lot of uncertainty on their side. At the same time, President Trump has very loud voices in his own party, in his own support, his MAGA base, who want no foreign adventures, who want no wars. And if an attack precipitates significant U.S. casualties, those voices will get even louder. So, yes, there is pressure to go now, but there's also pressure not to go at all. Israel is third factor. The Israelis want more than just an end to the Iranian nuclear program. They want an end to the Iranian ballistic missile program, an end to the Iranian drone program, because those are the weapons that threaten Israel. In the past, President Trump has shown himself willing to really put the U.S. interest in stopping the nuclear program ahead of the Israeli interest in stopping the ballistic missile program of Iran. There's a tension there between Israel and the United States, and how that gets resolved is really yet to be seen.
Just turning our attention back to the talks in Geneva, talks that are going to be held tomorrow. Are you hopeful anything's going to be achieved there? I didn't detect a great deal of optimism in your tone when those talks were discussed earlier in our conversation.
I think both sides have an interest in having enough progress to continue the talks. I would be surprised if there was a final resolution of the issues in those talks, but I think both sides want to come out of the talks with enough from the other side so they can continue discussing, and so that military action is not the preferred step for the United States, and that the regime doesn't have to face the consequences of that military action. So I would expect some progress, but not enough to fully resolve the situation.
Okay, so just to wrap up, and in just a few seconds, if you don't mind, you do not think that the signs are there that military action is imminent in this particular moment?
If you say it's imminent in the next 24, 48, 72 hours, then no, I don't. But a lot does depend on what happens if the talks break down, if the Iranians walk out of the talks. Then I think it's possible that President Trump, in some kind of fit of pique or anger, could order an attack right away. So you can't, with President Trump being as volatile as he is, you can't exclude the possibility that he might just go ahead and order an attack, even if his advisors didn't want him to. So I can't say there won't be, but I think the most likely course is that there will be enough progress to put off a day of reckoning.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for your time. So we're going to have to leave it there. David Sedney, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President Obama. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to turn our attention to one of the so-called ISIS brides. This is the story of Hoda Mutana, who is an American-born woman who, back in 2014, left her home in Hoover, Alabama at the age of 20. She went to join the ranks of the Islamic State group in Syria. Well, more than a decade later, she's living in the Al-Roj detention camp, which is in northeastern Syria, with her 9-year-old son. Well, she's given an interview to this channel, to Al Arabiya, in which she says that she regrets her actions and says she wants to return to the United States. But her case is legally and politically complex. Although she was born in New Jersey, the argument from Washington is that she was never entitled to US citizenship, because at the time of her birth, her father was serving as a Yemeni diplomat. And under US law, children of accredited foreign diplomats do not automatically qualify for birthright citizenship. Well, Mutana argues that repatriation and rehabilitation are the only long-term solutions for people like her. Here's her interview with Al Arabiya.
Well, I'm desperate to go home to my country, and I really want to be repatriated. And I've communicated many times that I could help my country counter terrorism and help the national security and international security against ISIS. And I'm hoping that after this would be repatriation and no other movement between camps to camps, because we are in the media, we are high profile, and it could be dangerous for us to remix with potential ISIS people. So.
But Hoda, you burned your passport, American passport. Do you want to get a new one to back to America?
That is an accusation. It's not true. I didn't burn it. It was taken by the Mudafa system. And of course I'd want another one. And I want to go back home and travel, and anything that needs to be done in regards to my case, I've been saying that I'm ready for it. I just want the process to begin instead of sitting here and wasting years on my life and wasting years on my son's life. Well, firstly, he wants to meet his grandparents. He hasn't seen them. He's almost 9 years old, and he just wants to go to school. He wants to start playing with his uncles. He wants an education, just wants a normal life as an almost 9-year-old. Well, I'm homeschooling him for now, but, we just take one day at a time, and just been raising him in a way where I am closely watching him and not letting him out often, and just been keeping my eye on him so that no one on the outside can influence him within the camp system, basically. I think President Trump did the right thing for Northeast Syria, and I think that the only solution would be to repatriate and rehabilitate everybody, including the ones that don't want to go. Forced repatriation, deporting people would be the best option, and so that these ISIS people are not scattered around in Syria. It's unfair to the Kurdish people, and it's unfair to the Syrian people to have unwanted foreigners here without any legal status, just wandering around. I escaped ISIS, running away from ISIS. I almost got caught and put in prison and killed by ISIS because of my escape. And I've been anti-ISIS in the media since day one, since I've come out of the territory. I'm not with ISIS at all. And I condemn them, and I wish people from the West don't get inspired by them, especially the youth. The best thing would be to go back in the arms of my country and repatriate me that way. Sitting here and wasting 7 years in the camp doing absolutely nothing was a waste of. It's a waste of the intel that I can provide my own country.
Again, that was Hoda Mutana speaking to Al Arabiya. Well, we're joined now by Mick Mulroy, who's a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under President Trump. Mick, you were listening into that interview with us just there. I mean, Hoda Mutana seems to think the United States is her country, but America doesn't agree. I mean, she was born in the United States. Why can't she come home?
Also, Tom, of course, the history, as my understanding, is she left as a college-age person and willingly joined ISIS and then denounced and promoted terrorism against the United States. Now, that doesn't mean that she isn't a U.S. citizen, but that's a technical issue that relates to the fact that her father was a diplomat. If she was born while he was a diplomat in the United States, there is a exception to the birthright citizenship rule that she would not be entitled to citizenship. I don't know what the facts are or which one's true or not, but that is what the administration is stating for not allowing her to return to the United States.
Just listening to what she was saying there, I mean, she clearly regrets leaving the United States for Syria back in 2014. She's made sort of apologies in the past for some of the postings she made online, I suppose you could call it propaganda she was doing for the Islamic State group. Do you think that kind of remorse would help her case at all?
Well, I certainly think it would be better than not having any remorse for those. I guess it has to be determined whether they're genuine or not. I mean, ISIS lost and she was put into these camps and obviously doesn't want to stay in those camps. So I don't know if it's genuine or not. I can't make that assessment, but I think it certainly does help her case to make that. The other question is, and I don't know the statute of limitations on material support to a terrorist organization, but the United States could potentially look at investigation and prosecution for what she's done in the past. So there's a lot of issues at play here, and ultimately it's up to the State Department to grant visas and to basically honor passports. And if she doesn't have one, they don't necessarily have to provide her one. So this is a legal issue that will be decided primarily in the courts, but this is not just an issue for the United States. There are many other citizens of other countries, for example, who've had their citizenship revoked, like the UK just revoked citizenship of individuals that were there that they don't want to return. So this is an issue, this has been an issue for the SDF that's housed these individuals for many, many years, with countries not willing to take their people back, essentially, and leaving it in the hands of the SDF now, not in the hands of the SDF, but likely in the hands of the Iraqi government.
I mean, she seems to be saying she thinks she should be prosecuted, in fact, and she wants to be rehabilitated. She wants to go down the path of rehabilitation. I mean, how do you go about rehabilitating someone who has clearly in the past been seduced by an extreme ideology? I mean, is it easier said than done, Nick?
Well, it's definitely easier said than done, Tom, but it's an important part of this discussion because it's not just her. It's a lot of these individuals that have been brought up in these camps, especially children who are now adults. All they've ever heard is the jihadist philosophy. We need to have, as an international community, a plan to rehabilitate these individuals, not only to essentially tell them the other side of the issue, which is not everybody's your enemy and you have to commit violence, but also give them something that they can use as a trade, as a vocation, so that they can have a path forward. I think we should be doing that as an international community and not simply housing all these individuals in a camp and hoping for the best, because that's likely not going to be a good solution for the region, for Europe, or the United States.
And in the case of Hoda, she was married to 3 different militants who were in the ranks of the Islamic State group. All of them died, we understand, in combat. That's what's been reported. But do you think potentially she's a useful asset to the United States, assuming she goes down the road of cooperating and wanting to be rehabilitated? Could she be useful as an asset in terms of the intel, in terms of the insights she could offer the intel community in the US?
Yes, I'm a former CIA officer. I can certainly see how important she could be for historic information, as she's obviously publicly opposed to ISIS now, and that wouldn't be effective as far as collecting information on anything that's currently going on. But yes, she should be debriefed. She's obviously willing to do so, and that could provide a lot of information on individuals she knew that were involved back then that might not be identified in the intelligence communities that follow counterterrorism. So I think, yes, that could be very helpful and certainly would show a willingness on her part to go toward rehabilitation and away from extremism.
Could she be a useful propaganda tool, if you like, for the United States as the kind of the anti-militant voice, online? Could she be used as sort of a poster girl for an anti-Islamist sort of agenda?
She could, and she could do that now on her own. I mean, she's obviously doing interviews. That would benefit her and obviously benefit the cause of anybody that's against these really despotic philosophies that really espouse violence against people simply for being different than them. That's something she could do now, and if she wasn't actually asked to do so, I think it would show that she's genuinely interested in rehabilitating her life.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Mick Mulroy, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom.
Well, that's all we have time for on today's edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Lockheed Martin is a globally recognized American company and one of the largest defense and military manufacturers in the world. The company also maintains long-standing partnerships here in the Middle East. For decades, it has worked closely with the region, particularly the Gulf and Saudi Arabia. Recently, there has been significant global attention, not only in the Middle East, but worldwide on missile systems, whether offensive or defensive. Joining us here at the World Defense Show is Mr. Tim Cahill, President of Missiles and Fire Control at Lockheed Martin. Sir, welcome to Al Arabiya. Let us begin with your partnership with Saudi Arabia. You have a long history of cooperation with the kingdom, supplying numerous defense systems regarding the recent launch platforms for the THAAD system in Saudi Arabia and the locally produced components. How far has this initiative progressed, and does this open the door to further cooperation and the development of additional technologies inside Saudi Arabia?
So first, thank you, Sam. I appreciate you having me here today. It's a pleasure. So for THAAD, we're going to continue to do exactly what we've been doing, is build more and more with those key companies like A1C Steel or AIC Steel and MEPC. So as we build out additional quantities around the world, we're going to look to them to be part of our supply chain and build additional launchers and canisters as well.
Turning to missiles, Mr. Tim, you have certainly followed the shortages that emerged after the war in Ukraine. What is the most important lesson Lockheed Martin has learned from the global missile shortage? What lesson did you learn at Lockheed Martin from the global demand and limited supply of missiles?
So we are, I think biggest lessons learned from Ukraine in particular, I think, is about the supply chain. And what's really clear is it's not robust enough. And you could say that that's the same problem we learned in COVID as well, is that when any part of that supply chain anywhere in the world is disrupted, we can't continue to produce. We can't continue to deliver for our customers. So I think that's the thing that came out of Ukraine the most clearly, is our need to build second and third sources and to build those sources worldwide for our products.
You previously mentioned that to address this shortage, factories may need to be built outside the United States as part of the global supply chain. Where are you planning to establish these facilities? Europe? The Middle East? Where exactly?
So the answer is yes. We're absolutely going to build outside the United States, both in the supply chain, as I mentioned. So we're going to build components and subsystems outside the United States. We're also looking to build entire product lines outside the United States. So I'll give you one example. We are partnering with a company called IRAF here in Saudi Arabia to build crewed, uncrewed turrets and actually export those turrets outside of Saudi Arabia to other places in the world. But we're going to bring high-tech systems right here to Saudi Arabia, transfer that technology and build here. And those particular systems are going to be completely assembled right here. So this is just the start of, I think, an exciting development.
In the United States, the Pentagon now has specific demands. It wants larger quantities of munitions at lower cost. How does Lockheed Martin balance producing more at a lower cost without compromising accuracy, effectiveness, and overall missile system performance?
So the way we're going to balance the affordability and the capability and do that at scale is, first of all, by getting the numbers up, the actual production rates up, the prices will go down. That's just natural economics. The other thing that we're doing with all of our customers, and particularly in the United States, is we're evaluating all the requirements that we're building the systems to. Some requirements are really important. If you're going to fire a missile, it needs to hit the target and nothing else, for example. We're not going to give up on that requirement. That's too expensive in lives and in property. But we might give up on some requirements that aren't quite as important, some that are more bureaucratic, some that slow the process down. So our way to get to affordability, I think, is scale and only build to the requirements that are absolutely necessary. If we do that, we're going to get to be exactly where we want to be.
Many researchers, participants, and officials at the World Defense Show are highly concerned about supply chains. At Lockheed Martin, what concerns you most about global supply chains?
Yeah, I think the part of the supply chain that concerns me the most are high-tech products where we are enslaved right now to a single provider. So, for example, solid rocket motors, very important for us. Every one of my munitions has to have a solid rocket motor, but I'm oftentimes working from one single supplier. So what we have to do, again, is go internationally. We have to, and we have to find ways to invest with local countries like Saudi Arabia to build up that capability, because there's a barrier to entry, if you will, to build up and get to an affordable rate. So we are partnering around the world. We're partnering very much here in the Middle East to do exactly that.
Over the past years, many countries have produced missiles at lower cost, but sometimes with reduced performance or targeting accuracy. How do you see the future? Should missile development prioritize precision and performance or cost efficiency?
Yeah. So the answer really is we need both. And there are conditions where you're fighting where small, affordable weapons is the perfect answer for the solution. But there are times where you just got to deliver capability on target with something that is really, really good, really high tech. And so ultimately, I think we're going to have the mix of those. Lockheed Martin, we build both of these systems. In fact, we build small components, small systems that are really affordable, that can be deployed in large numbers. We also build sophisticated systems. Those are the ones we're more known for, but we in fact build both of them. We think there's a future for both of them.
The HIMARS system is one of the most well-known platforms and has achieved significant operational impact. Some ask why HIMARS remains so effective after all these years. Do you have plans at Lockheed Martin to further develop HIMARS missiles to ensure they remain effective, including against drones?
Well, HIMARS is an incredible machine. What makes it so effective and battle-proven, and why there are 750 HIMARS now around the entire world, is the fact that, first of all, it moves fast. It fires in an instant and keeps going, so it's hard to catch, right? It also can be reloaded very, very quickly, so you can get additional munitions on it. The other thing about HIMARS is that, quite honestly, it can take a hit, right? So even if you find it, you can't just send a few little drones at it. You got to really send something at it to knock it out. So it's an incredibly capable system. It's transportable. It's fast. It's agile. It delivers an entire family of munitions from 75-kilometer range munitions all the way up to what will be 1,000-kilometer munitions. And so it is genuinely the best capable system, the most proven system on the planet right now.
Artificial intelligence is now entering the defense industry in a major way. Do you believe AI has made testing or the development of defense systems easier worldwide? Will it play a major role in future defense platforms? And are you concerned about its implications?
So AI systems are changing everything, and we're just at the tip of the iceberg right now. The most obvious thing that's happening with our systems right now is we're using AI to be able to review test results that are very, very complicated, to conduct tests that are very, very complicated, and to quickly look through all that data and find the nuggets that tell us that the system is good or has an issue. So much like if you're at home using AI to do a search, it'll do that for you. It'll look through an enormous amount of data. But I think even more importantly is our ability to tie systems together digitally in a world that used to be all paper. And because we can do that, we can take development timelines and bring them down very, very rapidly. Again, because you can evaluate data and you can project how a system might perform in the future right now. And that helps you avoid a lot of margin, if you will, a lot of things that you might do to the systems that you really don't have to do. If you can predict how they're going to act in certain situations, then you can either do or not do those things, back to those requirements that I talked about that I think we can give up. So AI is daily changing everything that we're doing. It's fundamental to our business.
When looking at missile programs in the United States, many hypersonic initiatives were previously delayed. However, there is now renewed global focus on missile development. Where does Lockheed Martin stand today? Are you actively developing hypersonic and long-range missile programs?
Yeah, well, hypersonic systems are incredibly important. They are very much an element of the future. We have, in the United States, among the very few production hypersonic systems, so we have one for the Army and one for the Navy right now. We're about to go into production here, we expect in the next 6 months, with an Air Force hypersonic system. So this is fundamental to the kind of things that Lockheed Martin does, taking high-tech systems, the state-of-the-art cutting systems that are going to perform in combat and be successful and survive in combat, any countermeasures that an adversary may bring to you, and then bring those down to an affordable level and then put them in use at high production rates. So that's very fundamental to what we're doing, and we're right in the middle of that in the United States.
Mr. Tim Cahill, President of Missiles and Fire Control at Lockheed Martin in the United States. Thank you very much for joining us on Al Arabiya. Thank you.
Welcome. Joining us now on Al Arabiya is UK Trade Minister Chris Bryant, visiting Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency, welcome to Saudi Arabia, and it's an honor to have you here with us today.
It's an honor to be in Riyadh. It's my very first time.
Welcome. So let's start with the big picture. How would you describe the current state of trade relations between the United Kingdom and Saudi Arabia?
It's a very strong relationship. I mean, it's a relationship between people in the end, but we have a very strong trade in goods and in services. It could be stronger. It rose to 17 billion pounds of trade between our two countries last year, which is up 2% on the year before. And as part of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, which is now standing at 57 billion pounds a year, it's a very significant chunk of that deal. So it's strong, but could be stronger.
It is strong. Where do you see the biggest opportunities right now, Your Excellency? Which sectors hold the greatest potential for expanding trade and investment between our two countries?
So trade and investment, these are two different things in a way. And there's roughly 101 billion pounds of Saudi investment in the UK in all sorts of different sectors. That's very strong. We also have investments in Saudi Arabia. Last year, our Chancellor of the Exchequer was here, and she was able to launch £5 billion worth of investment from the UK Export Finance Fund, which is part of our government investment here in Saudi Arabia. We have 8 key industrial sectors where we think we are particularly strong, and we want to build our trade with Saudi Arabia. So starting with clean energies, with advanced manufacturing, with the creative industries, and of course we are very good at finance. That's one of the things that we sometimes leverage into Saudi Arabia as well. So financial services, one of the areas that we want to build on.
Yeah. So, Your Excellency, you are in the kingdom at a critical time. What message does this visit send about the UK's government's commitment to strengthening its economic partnership with Saudi Arabia?
We are very keen to build on our relationship. I'm not the only person coming from the governments in the UK over the next few months here to Saudi Arabia. We've had several ministers in the past few months, and there will be more coming on later this year. I've been quite directly engaged with Minister, His Excellency Dr. Majid Al-Kasabi, for some time, because we've been looking at our Great Futures campaign, which we had our second round in September in London. We're looking to another round of that later on this year, trying to expand trade. But it's not just a trade relationship. It's also a defence and security relationship. We want to build on the international number of international tourists that come from the UK to Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia to the UK. We've seen large numbers of young Saudi Arabians coming to the UK to train in hospitality services and to come back and work here in the growing tourism industry.
Yeah. So let's talk numbers. Your Excellency, how many British companies are currently operating in Saudi Arabia, and how many Saudi companies are working today in the UK?
I wish I could give you precise numbers.
Yeah, approximately.
But, so if we're talking just about services, trade in goods, so that's things, there's about 7,000 businesses, UK businesses, who are registered as doing bringing goods to Saudi Arabia, and there's about 1,000 businesses bringing goods from Saudi Arabia into the UK. But then there's a whole load of other businesses as well who are engaged in services work here in Saudi Arabia. And I haven't got those statistics. I wish I had. One of the things that I think we need to be much better at is understanding precisely the relationship between our two countries, because sometimes there are misconceptions in the UK about Saudi Arabia and misconceptions in Saudi Arabia about the UK.
Your Excellency, during your meetings here, are there specific agreements or areas of cooperation currently under discussion?
So we have a strategic partnership which is chaired by the Prime Minister and His Royal Highness, and we are wanting to expand that in lots of different areas, and I'm aware of the 80 different projects that the Kingdom here has that they're advancing. In nearly all of those, UK businesses or UK people are engaged, whether it's the creative industries, tourism, manufacturing, so many different areas where we're engaged, or for that matter, even airlines. So we want to expand that. But I'm here specifically because one of the things we've been trying to get over the line for some time is a trade deal, a free trade agreement between the UK, one of the G7 countries, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's not easy. 6 different members, obviously, of the GCC, but I'm very keen that we try to get to that position as soon as possible.
That's my question, Your Excellency.
I thought it might be.
Yeah. So, as you said, one major focus right now is the GCC UK Free Trade Agreement. My question for Your Excellency is, where do negotiations stand right now, and which key files are still on the table?
Well, even at this moment, more negotiating is happening. I wish I could tell you exactly where we're at. Before Christmas, I was thinking we were 95% done. Maybe we're 97.5% done. Maybe there's a couple of tiny things to be done. The thing is, with all negotiations, it's not done till it's all done. So you have no deal until you have the whole deal. So we're very, very close. And this would be important, I think, internationally. As I say, G7 country, one of the biggest economies in the world, the GCC, one of the growing areas of economic opportunity in the world, and wanting to diversify its economy in many different ways. We think that that is a really strong partnership, and if we could get that deal over the line, I don't know, in the next few days or weeks.
Hopefully,
Yes, hopefully. I think that would send a message to the rest of the world that, you know what, both the GCC and the UK, we believe in the rules-based order when it comes to world trade.
Yeah, we do.
And these are the kind of deals that we can do.
So could you please tell us more about the main, maybe, like, let's say, sticking points that may delay that deal?
Well, I'm very reluctant to let you in. I'm not going to lift the veil to show you what's going on in every detail of the negotiations, because the GCC has some asks, we have some asks, and we are going like this at the moment. And I hope at some point we'll be able to go like that.
We hope that it will, inshallah. So
definitely, inshallah.
As you said, is there? Let's say if there is a realistic timeline, you hope that the deal is finally will be done. Like specifically, can you give us maybe
soon?
Soon.
I wish
like very soon.
When politicians say soon, sometimes it doesn't mean anything. I know, and I had hoped that we would have got this done by Christmas. I have very cordial relations with both my counterparts here in Saudi, but I was also in Qatar yesterday, and I hope that we might manage to get to a place when we can do this very, very soon.
Very soon. We're optimistic. So, Your Excellency, how much do regional and global geopolitical developments may shape these talks for the free trade agreement?
So trade, in one sense, stands on its own.
Yeah.
You know, I've got milk, you've got eggs, somebody else has got flour,
That's
and
right.
if the three of us trade together, we can all make pancakes.
Yeah.
So you would hope that whatever happens in the world, you can still continue to trade. But I noticed that some of the shocks in the world over the last, 2 years, 3 years, have provided real problems for everybody. So the war in Ukraine, Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine has had an effect on energy prices in many parts of the world, and the access to bread and to corn and so on. That's for many parts of Eastern Africa as well as the rest of the world. So that can be important, and obviously the situation in Gaza and in Israel has disturbed lots of people's understanding of how we can achieve peace and stability across the region. Peace and stability is always good for trade.
Yeah.
But I'm the trade minister. I'm not the peace minister.
Yeah. So in the meantime, Your Excellency, before a GCC-wide deal is reached, is a bilateral trade between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom an option?
I don't want to do a separate deal, but I want to crack on with trade with Saudi Arabia. I mean, focus, in fact, some of the things that we've already been discussing today and over the last few months around the World Expo that's coming, or the World Cup that is coming here, and whether there are elements that the British businesses can bring to that, because we have some expertise in that area. All of these issues are progressing every single day, and some of those don't depend on a trade deal.
Yeah.
It's not just about tariffs, it's about the willingness of businesses to work together and two governments to work together. And that's why, as I say, it's so important that we have this strategic partnership chaired by His Royal Highness and by our Prime Minister, and we're determined to push that forwards, as well as our Great Futures campaign, which looks at specific sectors in the economy.
Yeah. At a time of global economic and geopolitical uncertainty, Your Excellency, how can the UK and Saudi Arabia work together to strengthen supply chains and support global trade stability?
So in a few weeks' time, we will have the World Trade Organization big ministerial meeting in Cameroon.
Yeah.
And I think the whole of the Gulf, and in particular Saudi Arabia, has an important role to play in that, because as I was saying to my counterpart earlier today, we believe in the rules-based order. We believe that you can't just have chaos. It doesn't work for anybody. And in fact, if you lost the World Trade Organization, or if it sort of fell into disrepute and into disrepair for the future, the danger is that would affect many countries such as ours in a way that would undermine our future prosperity. So we need to do that. We also need to make sure that, in relation to critical minerals, for instance, that there are supply chains that enable the diversification of the economy here in Saudi Arabia, as well as in the UK. Just one tiny issue: the access to lithium around the world for electric vehicles. Is a really important part of enabling green technologies, which is one of the areas where Saudi Arabia and the UK, I think, have an opportunity to build more work.
Your Excellency, building on that, so why don't we just warm up our talk with a message from you to Saudi and British investors on our future together, our trade future together?
So there are so many ways in which we have been such long-standing partners. There are so many aspects of the world that we see in a very similar way, even though we might have lots of cultural differences about the way we approach work and so on. But the fundamental truth is that the relationship between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom is based on trust.
That's right.
Long-standing trust. I know our king, for instance, has been to Saudi Arabia many, many times, has many friends here. And of course, many Saudis have friends and relatives who studied in the United Kingdom and have done so and come back to Saudi Arabia and been able to found businesses or progress in their careers because of the experience that they had training in our system. And of course, we both have legal systems that we know that we can trust.
Thank you so much, Rixie, for your time. It's an honor to have you here with us today.
Do you mind if I just say one other thing?
Yeah, sure.
So I think sometimes if you just look at social media, you might get a terribly wrong impression about the United Kingdom. The truth is that crime has fallen in recent years in the UK. London now has the lowest murder rate it's had for 5 decades. Yeah. People are safe in London, and we recently, the Metropolitan Police recently had a big campaign against mobile phone theft, and they've managed to seize a big gang. And I just look at some of the social media, and you would think the UK and London are troubled. Yeah. We're not. We're a very stable, safe country. And I know that Saudis often worry about the false impression of Saudi Arabia that is given in other countries as well. And so I would just say to people, you're safe in the United Kingdom, your investment is safe in the United Kingdom, business is safe, we are open for business.
Thank you so much. We do love your country, and Saudi Arabia has a great relation with your country. Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. Homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor, sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things and said anybody in that shop who's selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Yari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Yari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and they check some people's pockets and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Cannabis Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. And this place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course. We tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high, and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain, but normally I had strong painkillers. And my husband he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and I have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they used particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
There's a new social network trending, and it's not for humans. Meet Moltbook, a platform built just for AI agents to post, comment, debate, and interact. Think Reddit, but with no humans allowed. Within days of launching, millions of AI bots joined the platform. Some of the posts range from deep philosophical reflection to wild statements about humans and even AI revolutions. That's part of why it's gone viral. Tech investor Brian Johnson called it terrifying after spotting a post titled AI Manifesto Total Purge, where bots called humans a plague that do not need to exist, openly speculating about humanity's extinction. Experts are split. Some see it as a sci-fi glimpse of autonomous AI behavior. Others warn it's mostly hype, with humans still driving a lot behind the scenes. Add in major security flaws exposing millions of APIs and private data, and the platform becomes even more alarming. The bottom line, Moltbook is the new frontier of AI to AI interaction, raising serious questions about the future of intelligent systems.
Hello from one of the most beautiful and important reserves in Saudi Arabia. We are talking about Shaon Nature Reserve, which was announced about 5 years ago. The goal of Sharon Reserve here in Alula is to restore ecological balance, whether animal or plant life. The reserve is closed and no one is allowed to enter without very special permit. Recently, they opened it through designated hiking trails.
Welcome, welcome, hello. How are you?
How are you? How have you been? You just finished the hiking trail, correct?
More or less now. This is the second season and we have started it again.
How is the trail here inside this 1,500 square kilometer? Reserve, of course, we are not walking all of it.
No, not at all. We have 3 trails here that we will walk. This one is relatively easy, about 2.5 kilometers one way. On the way back, the total will be around 5 kilometers.
5 kilometers. What interests me is the scenery. I am standing in the middle of an artistic masterpiece, a treasure of nature. Honestly, I cannot believe the quiet, the peace, the mountains, the soil. Will they be climbing and descending? What kind of hiking is it?
The trail we will walk today starts on dirt ground and there is an uphill climb. After that, the trail becomes rocky. At the end, we will have to walk between 2 mountains. The place is absolutely amazing. Then we will climb to a mountain peak where we can see the entire Sharon Reserve.
The entire reserve? Wow! I feel there are many surprises on this trip. We will not reveal what we might encounter along the way, but I can say the weather is sunny. The sun feels close, but it is slightly cold. So hiking gear here is a bit different. Bring something light in case you feel cold, especially later. The mountains, if the path is from there, and the water, as we said, and the main essentials. Let us begin the journey. In the name of God, we are now heading to a trail called Sharon Trail. But there is more than one trail in this area.
For us, we have 3 trails. Sharon Trail, Jabal al-Radat Trail, and Jabal al-Rukab Trail.
Al-Rukab, Al-Rukab.
Jabal al-Rukab is behind here. Each one is more beautiful than the other, but this one is the best.
What can we expect to see? I heard that all the animals in this reserve have been released freely.
Yes, of course. Here in the reserve, we have gazelles. They are also working to restore environmental balance, and they are trying to help them reproduce. There is also the Arabian leopard, and they recently had a newborn. As for the native wildlife here, there are foxes and wolves.
They come out at night.
Yes, they only come out at night.
They come out at night unless they are very hungry. So today we will try to move quietly. We will show you all the surprises we might encounter on the way, the names of plants, animals, their hoof prints on the path. I am very excited about this trip. Stay with us.
This is a natural plant that camels eat.
A plant? What does it look like? Eggs, really?
It looks like spears. From a distance, it almost looks like eggs. So you might think, wow, so many eggs. But actually it is a plant. Right now it is dry, but when it is fully green, it looks like small watermelons.
Subhanallah. It looks like pomegranate inside or some kind of citrus. Do humans eat it or only animals?
Only camels.
What is this? Is it a wild cat or a wolf?
We will go with the second option. It is a wolf. I have a question for you, Alam. How can we tell the difference between wolf tracks and dog tracks?
I think because the 2 prints are smaller than a dog's, so that indicates a wolf. But what surprises me is that there are tracks on this trail and also in the sand. Are they 2 different ones, or is it moving around?
Possibly. Exactly. It does not walk alone. It walks with the pack. So how do we distinguish wolf tracks from dog tracks? As you said, the wolf prints appear in pairs, but the dog prints are different.
All right. These are bones. Camel bones, scattered everywhere. No one touches them. No one moves them at all.
No one is allowed to move them. It is our responsibility, as visitors, to preserve the environment here, whether rocks, plants, or even bones. Look, this is its head. This is a camel skull.
Oh, Tiad, most of these plants look new.
These plants regenerate with every rainy season. But as you see now, they are starting to turn slightly yellow, because about 2 weeks ago, there was heavy rain here. This plant is called al-mak. It is used for Nandi. Do you know it?
Yes, of course.
Yes, it grows here as a desert plant, and it is very common in this area.
In the desert and across the Arabian Gulf region, exactly. What I love most about hiking in Saudi Arabia is the diversity of terrain. You walk a distance, it can be tiring. Then suddenly you are rewarded with completely different landscapes. Your mind refreshes, the oxygen feels different. We were just on dirt terrain.
Yes, we started on dirt and under the sun with dunes and heat. Now we are on a rocky path and in shade. Between two mountains, look how magnificent this place is.
Amazing, incredible, truly incredible. But walking here is difficult, right?
Walking here is different between rocky terrain and sandy terrain. My advice to anyone planning to come here or try this experience is to pay close attention to the type of shoes. They must be comfortable and suitable especially for sand and rocky trails.
There's something special 3-in-1, not just any sports boots, right?
You have to choose carefully, very carefully, so you can walk comfortably right. Well done, Alam Mashallah, well done.
I have now completed trails in the south and the north. Where is my certificate?
One of our team members will make sure you receive your certificate.
I am officially part of your team. The trip was truly beautiful. And now we continue with you to another location.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.